So it goes floor 8, 15, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 9.
Well, there's no 13th floor, they reckon, isn't there?
Mm.
They don't have a 13th floor. I heard a story where they moved a floor from a building into another building. I forget what the story was for that one. And I put the link out there for Monk, wherever he is. I don't know where he's hiding. Ah, there he is.
Yeah, I saw him come into Discord.
Yeah, he's over there now. He said, I have no idea what email I used for the other account. Ah, it sounds like a you problem. Better turn that off. I don't need that over there. We don't need subtitles, do we? Over on the YouTube, so I don't need that to go. Oh, there he is. Oh, there you are. Oh, don't forget to mute yourself over there.
I didn't realise we were already live as well.
We are now.
Just as well I didn't say fuck. Oh dear. Did I just say that out loud?
Swear jar. The creek.
Hey guys.
Hi guys.
Hey Mike, long time no see.
That wasn't an echo. You had technical difficulties, did we, Monk?
Yeah, I haven't run up Discord in a while, so it told me I had to log in again, and I couldn't remember my login, so I ended up getting the wrong one.
Okay.
Oops.
Well, did you have a technical issue where it didn't remember all the passwords or something?
Well, I used the Discord client,
Hmm.
and it's updated several times since I last logged in, well, since I last ran it.
Ah.
And I haven't had to log into that for many months.
Hmm.
So of course I got no freaking clue at all what it's.
I couldn't tell you what my Discord login is either. I haven't had to relog for many years. Probably many years.
If you don't start Discord for long enough, it apparently forgets who you are.
Oh, Farmer's here. He's not that late.
He's not on the train anymore.
No, he's not on the tube.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have been in the tube all the time because it'd have to come up for air sometime.
Well, actually, when I sent that message, that wasn't now. That was the overground underground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the underground goes overground sometimes.
The start of the central line is overground for quite a few stops, and then down it goes. So so I'd still got 10 minutes to get to South Ruislip, and then about another hour's drive home. So,
and here you are.
And here I am, and unfortunately, it's cooler here than it was in London because it was obviously.
Apparently, London's on fire.
No, it's not.
Oh, around the outskirts to the north, it is.
A little bit of it is. A little piece.
A little bit. It's not like a towering inferno or anything. Oh, that was bloody hot.
I showed one image of it, nearly a whole town going up.
It's not quite that bad, but yes, there have been one. I saw a report that. Somebody put on Facebook, the police had put something up last night. You know, these Chinese lanterns where you can you have a little fire in them and off they go. People were setting them off last night.
Why?
It beggars belief. I mean, everything is tinder dry out there. Oh, let's send up into the sky some Chinese lanterns that have got little fires in them. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. What could go wrong?
Yeah. In the words of Jeremy Clarkson, what could possibly go wrong? I mean, you might as well just go out there with a petrol bomb or a flamethrower and say, what could go wrong?
Well, like the Australian fires back in 2020 that turned out to be, half of them were set by assholes.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, I mean, the police were saying they reckon, or the investigators reckon that it probably was something like a discarded cigarette or somebody having a barbecue on the grass or something stupid like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because people just don't think, and I've seen fires that set, and it's quite obvious somebody's just flicked the dog end out the window and landed in grass that is absolutely tinder dry. And
what about a farmer driving his tractor or his car through the field and setting fire to it from his hot exhaust or something as well?
The only time you tend to get that problem is combine harvesters have a habit of catching fire. Because if you haven't cleaned it since last harvest and possibly the harvest before that, all that chaff and dust builds up at the top round the back where the engine is. And if you get too much build up, and of course you've got the hot engine and the hot exhaust, it'll catch fire. I've seen combines catch fire before now. And that's why every summer before you start harvest, you wheel the combine out of hibernation, you give it a thorough going over and you damn well clean it. You get the jet wash out and you clean it.
I'm sure there's lazy farmers, I suppose.
There are lazy farmers, and they're the ones who tend to have things like combine fires. Apparently the A14 back in my old neck of the woods, Newmarket, melted a bit. Bryce Norton runway melted a bit. Luton Airport runway melted a bit. Because when these runways were built, we weren't anticipating these sort of temperatures.
No, not the highest temperatures on record, no.
No. well, Bryce Norton particularly, they had trouble with runway last year, so I suspect what they patched up and repaired last year, let go again this year. Because resurfacing a runway is not a 5-minute job.
No. I think Coningsby went a bit as well, which could be an issue, because Southern QRA's there, isn't it? The go up and chase shit away.
Yes, that's Coningsby, I think, isn't it?
It most definitely is, yeah.
The quick reaction lot. Yeah, if there's something looking a bit dodgy, they go, and they're the ones who somebody say, "Oh, did you hear that sonic boom?"
Yep. Because if it's off the southwest, because if it appears off the southwest corner of the UK, guess they have to cross the country at high.
Yeah, and that's run the rules and regulations. That particular book gets closed. Something's going on out there because I've just come back and there's lots of traffic where it usually isn't. So I'm guessing somewhere around here, roads closed.
A14 yesterday, I saw a picture of the Book of Face, and there's one particular point where the tarmac has obviously been expanding from opposite directions for some reason.
It's buckled.
Now you want to see the ridge.
Yeah.
And having spoken to Nathan, tarmac comes in environmental windows.
Yes, it does.
And unfortunately, we have just exceeded our environmental window.
Yeah.
Because the problem is that we can't put down the tarmac. It's no good putting down the tarmac for the really hot weather, because then it will go to crap in the winter when it gets cold and wet. So, it's one of these problems that you can only have a road surface that works over a particular temperature range, and
every now and then the temperature goes outside that range, one way or the other.
One way or the other.
And it's happening more and more now over the last few years. We're getting more and more of this.
In both directions as well.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't particularly cold this last winter, was it?
No, we didn't have much of a winter.
I don't remember. I think we had snow one day. It was one day. In fact, it was half a day.
I don't know what it was. I mean, it seemed a mild winter, but it seemed to go on longer for some reason. It just seemed a long winter. This last one just gone. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I've just mentioned the A14. Yeah, it was a bit. It was a bit of a nasty ridge.
Oh, hello. We've got a weather forecast going on here.
Yeah, hot. Damn hot.
Record heat wave scorches Europe.
One of the fires that happened in inverted commas East London was at a place called Wellington, that is in the borough where I grew up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Portugal.
Yeah, Portugal and Spain are on
France.
fire. Yeah, they've got a lot of south of France. Yeah, got problems as well.
Spain.
I mean, that's fairly common for them, though, isn't it? Because they
Yeah.
regularly get 40-degree heat.
Scotcho.
Although I did see a comment on Facebook yesterday from one of the veterans groups of I was going to complain about the weather. Then I remembered that I'm not 6,000 miles away from home. It's not 50 degrees Celsius. I'm not wearing full combats. I'm not carrying a 70-kilo load.
Yeah.
I'm not wearing a full set of ballistic armor, and I haven't got a high probability of stepping on an IED.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah, need to be thankful. Oh, that's I think that was Luton Airport. That one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was. I remember
That's
seeing that
lovely,
myself.
yeah.
Yeah. At which point it was. So I'm not going to complain about anything at the minute.
No,
know-
exactly. You could be a lot worse off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do feel sorry for the firefighters that have to deal with these fires around London and all the rest of it. You know, the hottest day of the year, and they're having to battle fires as well. You know, all the gear that they've got to wear as well.
Yeah, but they can give themselves
No.
a good hose down afterwards.
They could, yes, they could.
Oh, it's so hot. If only there was some water around here, Dave. Point that over here.
Yeah. But still, you know, they've got to do their job in that
Yeah,
bloody
oh,
gear.
yeah.
I don't fancy it. Jesus, wet.
And
no,
in the
thank
full
you.
gear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried a fire hose, farmers?
Yeah, knock you off your feet.
Yeah.
Still, I was very glad actually to be out on site yesterday because that little store isn't quite finished. But I'll tell you what, the air conditioning works. Works a treat. And it was like an inverse. You know, you have these warm air curtains just inside the store, and any store just to sort of keep the heat in. Well, every time you went outside, it's like there's a warm air curtain on the outside, and you could just sort of take a step back and think, right, here is cool, and you could feel just this warm of this wall of hot air in front of you. I mean,
Dartford. There you go, Dartford, Kent. I used to live near there.
Yeah.
Not far from there.
I was nowhere near there today, thank God.
Yeah, go across the Dartford, go through the Dartford tunnel, turn left up the A13. You go through
right.
Wellington on the way into London because it's actually part of the London Borough of Havering.
Yeah, that's the
There you
one I
go.
said there was.
It's into
a
dry
village.
fields and
That
Wellington.
would be the A13 on the left there. That big
Yeah.
corner heading into London. Yeah.
Of course, the only thing is, if we get any heavy downpours now, you know, we've got a risk of flash floods because obviously you've got dry ground. It's not very absorbent.
Oh, I don't
So
know.
flash floods.
I'm all right. I'm 150 meters above sea level. I don't get any flooding around here.
Oh yeah, you'll be all right. Yeah.
I just wish it would bloody rain because I can barely bring myself to say this. I need to do some gardening, but I can't. The ground is like concrete. Just you can't touch it.
Yeah.
So
too
we
dry.
could do with a week's worth of rain to make up for it.
If you've not got a hose, you can just hose your garden down.
No, that would just soak it up and do nothing. You know, it
Yeah.
needs
A lot.
several days of sustained downpour to make up for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll get it eventually.
Yeah.
Hose or hose?
Hose.
Or
A
four, do you get
hose.
four? Do you get four
Hose.
can? Do you get 4 candles with it?
Candles.
We're likely to get a hose pipe ban tomorrow.
Oh, don't. Yeah.
Well, it depends on the reservoirs. I mean, like, it needs to be sustained hot weather, isn't it? Really? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
not even hot weather, is it? It's sustained dry weather.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, it's not so much the hot.
We're supposed to rain here this afternoon.
It rained here this morning.
Yeah, same here.
Had a little shower.
But then, of course, it's climbing back up to, well, I say only 27 for the weekend when I've got that festival here to go to. But
Well, 27th, the festival should be just about right, shouldn't it?
I suppose so. I'll have my silly hat and I'm walking. So there is the beer tent or beer tents. I think there's more than one.
It was quite cool here yesterday. It was only 37 degrees.
Only,
Only.
But it wasn't as hot as bloody southeastern London, no 40.3. So that's what I would say. It was only 37.
So I'm on site. I'm up on the mez deck where the plant is, and it's a bit warmer up there. And I think, oh Christ, it's 5-1. I've got one of these, team meetings to go and attend to. I thought, right, I'll go and sit in the car, fire the engine up, put the air conditioning on. I can jump into the meeting on my phone in there. Well, it's like 2 minutes to, and it's like, no, the air conditioning wants to be running for about 10 or 15 minutes. So I bailed back into the building. I'll soon cool the car down. No, I think it was reading 37 outside then. And you couldn't even touch the steering wheel because it was so hot. And I thought, I'll just go and try and find a quiet place in the building, which is, given it's a building site, was difficult. But
when you get to those temperatures as well, I was sitting on my desk here with a fan, and it wasn't cooling me down at all. It was just blowing warm air at me. It was just doing nothing. It really was.
What a bunch of whinging poms.
I know.
We're not used to it though.
Here's the Australians sitting here thinking you guys don't know.
We're not adapted to.
Listen to them go. It's not hot till it gets to 46, man.
Oh come on! It doesn't reach 46 to you all the time though, does it? I mean, like, you can't say that 40 degrees is not hot.
At least once or twice each summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, you cannot say that 40 degrees is not hot. I mean, come on. You can't say that's not bloody hot. You're not going to say to me that's cold. You can bugger off when you're going to say that.
Yeah. I live on the Gold Coast, right next to the ocean, and 40 plus degrees for a couple of weeks every summer, easily.
Yeah, but that's hot though, right? I mean, you're not going to say that's.
But I'm right on the coast, right? So we usually have good 4 or 5 degrees lower than anybody 100 k's in.
Look,
if you go inland,
this is supposed to be a temperate zone.
Exactly.
Yeah, so's this.
That's why the swallows fly south in the winter. This is supposed to be a temperate zone.
Yeah, see,
for Christ's sake, you got a bloody desert in the middle of your country, for crying out loud.
Everywhere else
we don't.
Yeah, we haven't, and I know because I'm in the middle of our country and there's no desert here.
Yeah.
Although if it carries on for another week, it might be.
And you're a continent, we're an island, so shut up.
We're also an island.
You're a continent.
And an island.
We're the only continent that is an island.
Oh, I suppose, yeah, all right, okay. Smart ass.
Their temperatures got down to -1 degree Celsius.
Well, that'd be nice.
Inland.
Yeah.
Inland. Actually, it was -3 in Ipswich recently.
Bear in mind, it's what you're used to, isn't it? We're not used to those kind of temperatures. That's why we've got a record of 40.3, and Jesus wept. We're not used to those kind of temperatures.
Yeah. From what I understand, most places that are generally habited by humans tend to have a 30 to, and on average, between 30 and 40 degree Celsius difference between summer and winter. So, further north or south you go, the further around that window has to go low to get the cooler temperatures in. And that's what you think is normal. You base what a warm day is on what you're used to. That's why you see all these guys in South Africa wearing coats and jumpers when it's 23
degrees out.
Yeah, when it's 20 or 30 degrees, 22, 23 degrees Celsius outside, and they're dressed up like it's the middle of flipping winter.
Yeah.
Oh, because it is the middle of flipping winter.
Yeah, it's all a matter of what you're used to and what you're adapted to. And we are, in the UK, adapted to it being a temperate zone.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm glad to say it's only 20 degrees where I am here at the moment. It's much nicer, very comfortable. Nice.
What have I got at the moment?
Yeah, 20 here.
22 inside and 21 out. Yeah, well, I've got the fan on, I suppose. Yeah, it's comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, same.
I remember back in 97, I think it was, because it was when Rosie was born, that Tiptree in Essex, the area around there where they farm a lot of strawberries and stuff and raspberries for the jam makers. That got its climate change from temperate to arid. we'd had 10, because they'd had 10 years of pretty near no rain. Because it takes that sort of length of time to get your climate readjusted to conditions.
Yeah.
Anyway, is British Hour over now?
Yeah.
Taken over. It's British Hour right now. Australians have to be quiet.
Yeah, every year when we had AC.
So changing the subject, because I know the people on the panel are going to know the answer to this. So for the peanuts, right? Does anybody know what's special about today? First answer wins. What's significant about this date today?
Yeah,
Anybody?
only for the peanuts.
Only for the peanuts.
Presumably, you've had this discussion already. Then.
No, it's
Sort of.
thumbnail's the clue.
Well, I haven't seen your thumbnail, but I know what today's.
Yeah, I would expect you would. Yeah.
It's a day that ends in Y.
Oh,
That as well, yes.
True.
I think we're referring to a going back a few years. Yeah.
a date in history. There's something significant about this date in history. Peanuts, anybody know? How much of a delay is there? About 30 seconds, isn't it?
I don't know.
Loads.
And don't say the picture's the wrong way around.
Oh, it's really giving it away now. Midpoint of summer holiday? No. But yes, it is, I suppose. But no, it's a historical date.
Well, it might be the right way around, but heavily cropped.
Well, if it is the Apollo 8 one, it's
I
the
took
wrong
this
way
one.
around.
I took this one from NASA Images.
Mhm.
So, unless it's not the proper one.
No, NASA always rotate it as well because they're wimps.
Yeah.
The start of the Great Emu War. What?
I know what
the
happened
emu's
on this
won.
day,
Sorry to tell
and
you.
it's got nothing to do with this picture.
Oh, what happened on this day and it's got nothing to do with this picture.
1976, Viking 1 lands on Mars.
Oh, was it today? Was it? All right, okay.
Today, 1976, Crazy Planitia.
Oh, okay. We didn't know about that.
The first Martian landing. Yeah, 1976.
A successful Martian landing, might say. Soft landing.
Yeah.
How come you didn't know about that
And
one,
that's-
Matt?
Well, I knew it was around about this month, but I didn't know what date it was, to be
Oh,
fair.
okay.
Yeah, and I had been watching a documentary about that not so long ago, but I didn't take much notice of the date.
Do we need another
Yeah,
clue, do we?
Oh,
Okay. Oh, okay. We'll see if we can find another clue.
I think they know. They're just
They're just
They're
being
just
peanuts,
pretending.
are they?
They're just pretending. Yeah, they know.
Oh, God, I remember that as well. 1982.
Why?
Hyde-
What?
Hyde Park.
Not-
Hyde Park bombings by the IRA.
Oh, Jesus! Yeah, those horses killed.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Killed 7. Killed 8 soldiers, wounded 47, and ended up 7 dead horses.
I just remember the thing I remember about. I mean, it's you remember the soldiers as well, but I just remember the horses lying in the road with the
The
blood
photos
everywhere.
of those horses, yeah,
Yeah,
that's quite something.
that's what sticks in my mind.
Yeah.
I think you're just giving it away. They're right there, Terry.
I'm thinking-
Yeah, but they can't see that yet.
They can't see
Oh,
that.
can't they? Oh, they can't see that then. All right, that's all right then. That's okay then.
Is it the fact that Sitting Bull surrendered to the US federal troops? No?
No,
The first flight of a Zeppelin.
good one, but no.
1900. That
British
was.
Columbia joining the Confederation of Canada?
Another good one, but no. Fred Bailey says International Flat Earth Day. Oh God, I hope not.
Oh dear.
I did have.
I know. It's the celebration. Denmark leaving the League of Nations.
Obviously,
Clearly, yeah.
that'd be the one. Yeah, some a date that particular historical event. I mean, it's always in my mind all the time, isn't it?
I've got it. On this day in 1944, Klaus von Stauffenberg tried to blow up Hitler.
Okay.
And because he and they think mainly because he put his briefcase on the wrong side of the table leg is how Hitler survived it. It actually protected him from the worst of the blast. Had he put it on the other side of the table leg where he left it, that probably would have killed him.
Oh, Truth Nerd said about Fred Bailey says flat earthers celebrate that all over the globe.
Oh yes, all around the globe. Yeah,
all around the globe.
Yeah. I decided that I couldn't be asked to go and have a look at that stupid flat Earth thing in Norwich on Monday.
Yeah, well, like I say, had I not been in, where the bloody hell did I go yesterday? Oh yeah, Worcester. That's it. Had I not been in Worcester, then I would have gone up to Nottingham and met up with Jem. But
did you go for the sauce?
No.
Oh, okay. Just checking.
No. I spent 10 hours witnessing commissioning, and jolly exciting it was too.
Wow.
Was there paint drying at the time that you could distract yourself with?
Yes, there were chaps going around painting. Yes, because
you watched that for a bit.
Well,
it would have been far more exciting. Yeah.
Well, actually, no, because it was drying so bloody fast. They were having problems with some of it because it's so fucking hot in there that as soon as the paint went on, it was dry. You know. And there were some guys doing some work on the floor, and I think the walk-in chillers and freezers have these metal barriers in front of them, and I think they epoxy bond the bolts into the ground, and usually that takes a while to go off. No, matter of minutes. I'll have to duck out and call them now because I've got a meeting. Because my little reminder just chimed, which is good because I've forgotten all about it.
I know somebody who'd know. Actually, just joined the chat. Tiny Captain, you'll know. What's significant about this day in history?
July the 20th.
Mm-hmm. I'll give you more of a clue then. 53 years ago. Come on, somebody in the peanut's going to have to get this. Come on.
Oh, I know. It was the first successful launch of a Polaris missile from the USS George Washington.
No, this is no, it's not that. Was it 53? Was that 53 years ago on the same? Was it? No, it couldn't have been.
No.
So Polaris, Polaris is much later.
No, earlier, 1960.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just goes to show how much I know about missiles.
So everything from the end of the war to 1960, it was all the big super bombers because that's the only way they had of delivering a nuclear payload. Yeah, that's why we had the V bombers.
Okay.
And that's why the Americans had all those huge bombers before the B-52.
I thought the Polaris came much later.
And the B-52 even.
Yeah.
Remembering that the very last B-52 was built in which year, farmers?
I can't remember. It's a bloody long time ago because they are old.
They are all older than me because the last one ever built was 1963.
Yeah. And they're still planning on using them, I think, a good 20 years from now. They just keep, inspecting them, repairing them, upgrading the engines.
Yeah, I believe they will be. I believe they will all be over 100 years old by the time they're out of service.
Probably, which is quite something for an aircraft. I mean, just fatigue and stuff like that. Huh, Judy Bassett, Alan Evans was born.
No.
I was born the year after that, so yeah. Well, if you haven't guessed already, of course, we all know it's the landing Apollo 11 on this day.
I thought the images that I was showing might have been a clue.
Yeah, I think that would have given it away. I think. Yeah.
Here's an interesting one. In 1925, an explosion in a New York apartment sends the owner crashing through the windows and onto the street 13 floors below. And it was traced to an illegal 8-gallon still that exploded.
Ooh. Yeah.
Homebrew.
There you go. Prohibition kills.
Yeah.
Proves it.
In 1925, USA wages hit $8.80 per week.
Wow,
Of course,
Wow.
of course, I knew that. Of course, I knew that.
Yeah. God's teeth, I'm knackered.
Not much else happened in 1969. Yeah, it kind of did that event kind of did eclipse everything else. I think, to be fair, Fred, I think you're right. Nobody would have noticed anything else happening on that day. The whole freaking world was watching.
Apparently, on the same day, Honduras and El Salvador called a ceasefire in the football war.
Yes,
And
I
the
saw
what
that.
war?
Yeah.
The what war?
The football war.
The football war. All right.
Yes, those two countries literally went to real war over a football match.
Really? Jesus Christ!
Wow.
I didn't know that.
This
I
this
think
is
they
what
had- I think they had other political issues going on between them as well, but
A little bit, but
see. This is why I prefer rugby, because in rugby all the violence is on the pitch,
yeah.
whereas in football all the violence tends to be off the pitch.
Yeah.
That looks awfully similar to the
Flying bedstead.
our flying bedstead.
The development work for the
Pegasus engine.
and then ultimately became the Harrier.
Well, I was thinking the engine, which was I'm sure it's the Pegasus engine in them.
Yes, because the Pegasus engine was the first plane that went in was the Kestrel, and the Kestrel became the Harrier.
Oh look, there's Nixon.
There is no cover up in the White House.
Yeah. Whack whack. Ooh.
Yeah. Quack quack oops. Yeah, call it.
And here's the weird one for today. Apparently, in 1997, a crime ring using 50 smuggled deaf Mexicans to the United States to sell trinkets in the subways and airports of New York was busted.
Yeah, but why
okay.
deaf?
Deaf? What? Yeah. What? Does it say why? Jesus Christ.
Equal opportunity, I suppose.
Yeah. Apparently, it was busted after two of the deaf immigrant workers went to the police station and, in sign language, told the police what was going on.
Oh dear. Oh, that's good. I like that.
That's a weird one.
Yeah.
on this day in 2005, Canada legalized same-sex marriage.
How very ahead of them. I know something very important that happened in 1969. Must have done, because I was born the next year.
Hey, you ought to look at my birthday and when a certain American president was assassinated.
Oh,
Yeah.
where were you when Kennedy was assassinated?
Pretty much exactly 40 weeks later, mate.
Oh dear.
What the hell? Who's doing a Riley?
Not me.
No. I'm just topping up my
Not
wine
guilty.
glass. Topping up my wine.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that's the first person I looked at because he's the only ones on camera as Farmer's Boys, and he put his hands up like straight away. Not me.
Hang on a minute. Hang on.
Can you do it without looking?
You wouldn't
Can
want to
I
see
add-
what the camera would reveal. As I couldn't be asked to put a t-shirt on.
Right. Look, if I'm going for a pee, I'm getting up and going next door because that's where the bathroom is. You know, I ain't got far to go.
Yeah, and also I knew it wasn't you because you weren't doing the facial expressions like Riley did at the time as well. It was like, you know, that
What, moment of concentration?
Yeah,
that sort of...
No, it was more the kind of like the relief look, you know. It's kind of like,
the sort of the,
yeah, because he was like.
Congratulations to Carl Edwards. He was quick off the mark with the answer to today's clue.
Oh, I guess that 5 minutes ago at least. Because once you've worked out what the middle word is,
Yeah, there's not many options.
there's not many options, are there?
Pliny the
Is it-
Elder.
But wait, when you've got a middle word with only 3 letters and it doesn't begin with V, you think, okay, right, it's not Von, it begins with T. 3 letters begins with T. Oh, it's the definite article. The something.
Yeah.
It's nearly 2:00.
Yeah, I took steps to make sure I couldn't accidentally destroy people's vision.
Oh, your camera's covered anyway.
I put some tape over it just in case.
Well, mine does.
As you knock it on, yeah.
Mine does have a little hinge cover, but I think the glue gave up in the heat.
But my camera's so old that my son-in-law gave it to me because somebody gave it to him when he was first old enough to have a computer and go on the internet and have a webcam.
Now, in case there's any strange noises,
Yeah.
I've still got some tea left over.
Yeah.
Into the trouble, Mark.
Oh, it's not making a noise.
Oh,
though.
you didn't do it good enough.
I'll try it again later on. I've still got some left.
It's probably lukewarm by now, isn't it? It's-
No, but look, it's in a flask that's been sat in my bloody car in the heat. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah. In fact, the flask was probably keeping it cooler, wasn't it?
Oh, well, I planned ahead yesterday, knowing what the conditions are going to be like. I'd got one of these big bottles of water in the fridge overnight. So I had a cool box in the back of my car behind the driver's seat with my lunch in it and a bottle of water, and it stayed cool in there all day. And we was getting outside temperatures of 37, 38. So I hate to think what it was inside the car. It'd been much hotter than that. It'd probably been in the mid 40s. And it kept the water cool all day. And it kept, I'd got the thermos to top up. And at one point I went outside to top my travel mag up, and I couldn't pick the thermos up because, of course, it's metal, isn't it? Fucking hot.
Yeah, well, in summer we have to be careful of the branding irons in our car, also known as seatbelts.
Oh, in the old
Big
days.
ones.
Yeah, in the old days.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I wasn't too much of a hurry to finish the job yesterday, because it was like, okay, it's starting to cool down out there. I went out there and sort of opened the windows of the car and let it cool down a bit. And I say I was in no hurry because it was nice and cool inside. So I got this. I get sheets and sheets of things you got to check off, and basically one of them, does the air conditioning work? Big tick, yes. For that,
No,
yes, it works.
no, you had to sit around and just check to see if
Yeah.
it was
Oh,
working.
I actually,
So-
yeah, the little ones like the split unit you've got in the ceiling in a room, you've got a separate controller and you can alter it, and it will alter it for like half an hour. And it's like, right, okay, I can change the blades. Right, can I make it cooler? Yes, I'll stand here for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but you had to go around the different
Ugh.
parts of the room to see if it's cooling, evenly.
Well, there's different rooms with different splits, but yeah,
Yeah.
it was a good excuse. Just every room. Oh, here's another split. Turn it down. I think they only go down. They only go down something like 16 or no 18. These ones. But that is actually part of the test. You've got to make sure you can override the management system, and then all of these controllers, they revert back to the BMS system after half an hour or an hour. So yeah, you do have to keep going around and keep playing with the things and dropping the temperature, and then coming back around to see if it's gone back up to the preset, and gets a bit boring after a while.
Changing the subject. Have a look at Fair Sack of the South, Farmer's Boy. I got a new toy today. Have a look. I got a new toy.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's a bit big.
What a bizarre scale.
Is it?
1 to 96.
Yeah.
I think that was, they just said, right, how big do we want to make this kit? That's how big
Probably.
it is. What scale does it end up being? Because that's not a standard
I
one.
mean,
But yeah,
when I saw it on Amazon, I saw the scale and I saw the measurements, the height of it, 1.14 centimeters. 1.14 meters.
Meters.
And but you don't really kind of. Oh, he's brought it up. you don't really got to get an idea until it arrived this morning, and it was like, oh bloody hell, that's a bit big. Now I'm thinking, where am I going to put this bloody thing when I build it, or where am I going to build it? That's the other thing.
Oh yeah,
Not
100.
much
Yeah,
room.
How
100.
tall is it again?
Only
when it's
100
completed?
Yeah, 1.14 meters or
Yeah.
114 centimeters.
centimeters.
Yeah, but don't
It's
they
really
lay
big.
down at one stage in their transportation, or they stand them up later? Or something? I don't know.
By the looks of things, according to the instructions, you can take the base off it. There's like a grey base, and it's the box. You see that box there? That's also a transportation box. You've got some bits of cardboard that you can sort of fold up and put it in there, and it's kind of got some, kind of it sits in a cradle that sits in sort of thing, so you can
Yeah.
move it around in it. But
in
I mean-
in real life, no, they didn't the individual sections when they were being brought in would have been laying down, but then they start to assemble. The vehicle assembly building is so tall because you assemble it, vertically, and then you transport it on that crawler unit vertically, because something that big, if you assemble it horizontally, you're going to have a hell of a job.
the forces on it would have been too great.
Yeah.
It just would have.
That's why they're always that's why the vehicle assembly building is so big, because you've got to stack everything up on top of each other, because those things just aren't designed for that the stress of going sort of horizontal to vertical. The whole thing would twist and warp and
absolutely
probably collapse.
You know, when you see photos of the vehicle assembly, the VAB, the vehicle assembly building, it's got a US flag painted on the side.
Yeah, that thing's huge.
Yes, it's so big that one of the stripes is wide enough to drive 2 Greyhound buses up.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Jesus, I knew it was big. A lot bigger than you do really get a perception of when you see the photos. It's
You need something next
Huge.
to it that you can, to give you an idea of the scale.
yeah.
When you stood about 100 meters from it, it is huge.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course, I also got to go and visit Pad 39A as well.
Lucky bugger.
Nice. With the Starship, when it's fully stacked as well, it stands taller than the Saturn V.
Shit. I'll be back.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, very, very lucky to visit Kennedy Space Center while on holiday. Very pissed off to later learn that the launch that was supposed to be 10 days before we went to Florida got put back by about 15 days.
Damn, that's on my bucket list actually, is to see a live launch. That's what I'd like to do.
I was in Central Florida when they had a shuttle and didn't know about it. Because of course, back in back in the end of 96, you couldn't exactly take a laptop abroad and be connected to the internet unless you had a lot of money. I didn't even have a laptop then. Yeah, the flag is probably that flag painting is probably 300 meters. 300 meters long.
I like what Truth Nerd said. He says, "Why use metric when you can measure things in Greyhound buses?" Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Exactly.
because and I'm sorry, but that's what the tour guide tells you, that it's 2 Greyhound buses wide. Because for an American audience, they know what that means.
Yeah, I mean that's why quite often Americans actually say, "Oh, it's X number of football fields long," because people can relate to it.
Yeah, well, it's easy.
Understandable.
That's about 100 meters. I mean, these days for real football, that's about 100 meters anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Although I don't think that painting is 300 meters long, because I don't think the building is 300 meters tall somehow. I would have said it's about the size of a football pitch. But anyway, it was huge. It impressed me, and it really impressed my 6-year-old son. Although for some reason he wasn't very impressed with Pad 39A. I guess at 6 years old he wasn't quite ready to realise just how important that mission was.
All right. How old was he at the time? Then? Was he,
6.
oh, he was 6. Yeah, no, I don't suppose.
Well, of course, the fact that there was basically bugger all to see there apart from some concrete.
Yeah, I don't suppose there was much left of the original structure, was there? Oh no, they would have been, wouldn't there? There was because when SpaceX took over it, there was still parts of the. Oh no, because that was from the shuttle, of course.
I was going to say, well, there was. I mean, all right, there was an empty shuttle gantry there because, of course, there was no shuttle on it because they don't really take you out to the pads when they've got chips on them ready to go because potential very small chance of kaboom, isn't there?
Yeah. I remember when I was about 7 or 8, and I think it was around about the time that I was just starting to hear about the moon landings. That was kind of started off my interest, I think, about that age. There was a do at my father's sergeant's mess. There was some sort of do, and I was taken there. I was introduced to this. I recognized him as American, and he was wearing this uniform that was blue, which I later learned was a US Air Force uniform, which I didn't really cotton on to at the time. But I was introduced as a man. He witnessed the Apollo 11 lifting off, and apparently he was as close as anybody else could possibly get to it. And he said that literally he kind of felt like the earth vibrating and his chest vibrating. You can feel it within yourself. And he's several miles away. So yeah, you can imagine what that would feel like, that huge, great big thing. The power of those engines, Jesus.
Oh, yeah. And the Aussie's very own Professor Phil Bell was on.
Yeah, I've got it here lined up.
We got any Lindsay?
No, I was just going to do MC Toon's debates between.
Oh god, the second one was a complete crap show.
Because that was both Aussies, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who the other person is. It's just John agreed to show celestial navigation using a flat Earth. He lied. To nobody's surprise,
He
lied.
did lie, yeah. And then he spent forever in that, completely not, giving an inch or understanding anything that Professor Bell was saying.
Oh, that's the other one, yeah. Yeah, I got a bit of that too.
Yeah.
I didn't get to watch it.
No, not Professor Bell. Who was it?
The other one.
Ruhif.
Ruhif. Yeah.
In the first one, was Ruhif versus Idiot. Second one was Professor Bell versus Idiot.
Although Shane St. Pierre, the one that Professor Bell was talking to, he tries to pretend he's not an idiot.
Don't they all?
But then he just, he does a slightly better job of it than most, but then he just flat out denies everything.
Well, I'll try to get to the spot where Ruif did his presentation, and then it was the Flirt's turn. If I can find it. I should have bookmarked it, but I'll see if I can find it. What are we eating?
We're eating spiced chicken and lemon chips.
Oh, okay. ASMR with Paul eating chips. Wait for
crisps.
Chips. Shut up, Matt.
Crisps.
Kick Matt from call.
Or are you making a note, are you?
No, it's here.
Terry, 3113.
About 3113?
Yeah, just about then is when he first starts talking.
Okay.
Back a bit. There you go. That'll do.
Was this after Ruhif did his presentation?
Yeah, somewhere there, yeah.
They should have made him go first.
Yeah,
Yes.
it would have been more interesting if he did.
I didn't know what Ruhif actually looks like, but now I do.
Yeah, now you do.
Hmm.
There's another peanut out there pushing his luck. Oh. We mucked up.
What? No audio for the no audio for the peanut?
I forgot to turn it on for them.
The captain of the ship is happy, and you will get back to port.
Great job. That was excellent. Good job.
Oh,
All
they
right,
didn't
John.
hear, they didn't hear the...
I'll read the same thing to you.
Oh, here we go.
John, you have secured work on a ship. In your application, you wrote that you are skilled in celestial navigation. You have been at sea for a while. There have been a storm for a few days. The electronics were damaged in the storm, and the ship's location is unknown. The captain remembers your application, so has handed you a sextant and asked you to get their position. Nothing matters other than getting the accurate fix. Lives are on the line. Get it wrong, you get lost at sea and you die.
Yeah. Like I said when I put this challenge out there, I concede he got it. Good job. But the problem is he invoked my model 5 times when he was doing it.
John,
and
this is your
three
chance to
measurements
do
from
the
a
fix.
flat plane.
This is your chance
I
to do the
understand.
fix, to get the fix.
I understand.
Nothing
but
matters.
He invoked my model.
Nothing.
He invoked
No,
my
no,
model
John.
5 times. The
John, I'm
celestial
sorry.
sphere is
Nothing
flat.
matters other than getting the fix. Lives are on the line. Get it wrong, you get lost at sea and you die. This is your chance to present how to do celestial navigation for Flat Earth as you agreed in the debate challenge, where he chose the topic. The topic is to show how celestial navigation works for your model. So go right ahead.
Right, and he did that when he invoked the celestial sphere model.
So this
That's
is your
flat plane
model. This is your chance to show how your model works.
He did
Go ahead.
that. He did that. He demonstrated admirably.
No, it's
how
this
a flat
isn't
Earth
about
model
his
works.
this isn't about his presentation now. This is your chance to show how Flat Earth does this. Go ahead. Your
I'm not
chance.
arguing with how it was done. I'm pointing out that he used a flat plane model to do it.
Sorry, this is your chance to show how the angles that I gave you that are specific to you, how that works, and the position that that your ship is at. So it's a different set of angles.
Well, as my stipulation goes, I said I would concede to everything, and I would limit my rebuttals to that required a flat plane, and that contradicts the celestial sphere model. So I'd like to answer his questions that he asked.
Okay, but first of all, that's a concession that it doesn't work on flat Earth.
Yeah,
You're conceding that it doesn't work on flat Earth.
That's incorrect. You used the flat
Then
Earth
do it.
model. And
Go
you
ahead.
invoked it 5 times.
This is your chance, John.
5
Your
times.
chance to show how it works. Go ahead.
Well,
your
he
chance.
just demonstrated.
No.
how it works
This is your
on a
chance
flat
to
plane.
show
That's
you have different
exactly what he
angles.
just did.
Different angles that I gave you. So it's your chance to show how it works for
He just
flat Earth.
utilized it on a flat plane. Like, why would I need to? He just used my model to demonstrate.
No,
this.
I'm
What are
sorry.
you talking about?
This is your chance to
Except
show
he
how it
didn't.
works for Flat Earth. I gave you different angle measurements for you to show how it works. So go right ahead.
He used the celestial sphere
Yeah, this
model.
basically
which
goes
is
on
not
for
about
10
me,
minutes.
John.
It's not.
This
it's
is not about me.
It is.
A
I'm sorry.
celestial sphere
John,
model is
Ruben,
a
if I hear
flat
you.
plane model.
John,
Yeah,
John,
it does
you
go. It does
agreed
end up going round in
that
circles
you will
a few
show how
times.
it works on Flat Earth.
Not
That's
just this
the
bit, but
agreement
another
that
bit
you
further on too.
agreed to, John. So if you don't
Yep,
show
and
how
he did
it
that
works,
admirably.
It's not about his presentation. It's about you showing how it works. Now, if you're agreeing with him, I want you to understand that he used the radius of the Earth multiple times. And if you are agreeing with him that you need the radius of the Earth, then you are completely ditching flat Earth, 100% throwing it away. And I do appreciate that, John.
No, that's incorrect. You're missing it.
Oh, he did use the radius of the Earth?
Well, the parts where he used the radius of the Earth were applied incorrectly because he was contradicting the model that he was using to get the measurement.
This is not a chance for you to say words about his demonstration. This is a chance for you to show how your demonstration works, John. You need to show how the measurements work
in a flat plane model.
No, he didn't. John, this is nothing to do about his presentation.
The celestial sphere is a flat plane model.
100% about your presentation. You agreed to show how it worked on flat Earth. That's the stipulation of this.
And he did that admirably. I told you I was going to make all the concessions you wanted.
To show how it
demonstrated
works for
it on a flat plane.
I'm sorry, he did not
do that. He used the celestial sphere model 5 times.
The celestial sphere is a sphere,
and I missed quite a bit of it.
A concentric sphere around the globe. There's no concentric sphere around flat Earth. I don't know what you're talking about there, but it doesn't matter.
No,
you agreed to show how celestial navigation works for your model, and you have specific numbers.
He used my model. Why would I need to do that?
No, he didn't.
Why would I need to do that? He used my model. He used my model. The celestial sphere model is a flat plane model. He used that.
He didn't use a flat plane model.
It admirably.
He never used a flat plane. But John, please,
he did.
Which step of the
celestial sphere model is a flat plane model?
You're saying that a sphere is a plane?
He used my model.
Whoa, hold on a second. You are saying that a plane is a sphere?
No, the celestial sphere model has a flat plane that the angle measurements are derived from.
Oh, well, then show the geometry of that, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, share your screen and show the geometry of that.
I've done that in my kitchen.
Go ahead. This is your chance.
Okay. I did that in my kitchen. Hold on, let me get a video for you.
We're waiting.
I believe I left a
you'll be
comment
waiting
on that
for
video.
a long time.
Something along the lines of, you've demonstrated perfectly why celestial navigation doesn't work on flat Earth. Congratulations.
Ruhif, this is his presentation.
No,
we'll get to the discussion.
No, I demonstrated that.
We'll get just a second.
John, angles.
John, just a second. Ruhif,
okay,
this is John's turn to do his presentation, and I'm just trying to get him to do what he agreed to. There will be a question and answer discussion between you and John.
I already laid down the parameters of I would stick all of my responses to, and I would concede to everything. I'm pretty sure I said that. I concede to everything. Go ahead. You're using the flat plane model.
Right, go ahead.
He demonstrated a flat plane model.
Present what part of his.
Why do I need to do anything?
John, just show what part of his presentation
used closed. He proved it for me.
John, just show the part of his presentation that used a flat Earth. Go ahead.
The celestial sphere model that has a flat
Go
Earth.
ahead. Just show it.
Yes.
Show it. Yeah. Go ahead. Not just words.
Just look it up.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I'll get a picture of it.
You're supposed to have been getting a video before.
All right, we're waiting for the. So, like I said, I will read some of the agreement. Let's see here. We have some screenshots that Ruhif got talking with John here. The challenge is, which model does celestial navigation work on? Right? Let's see. You asserted that angles require straight lines, which is a very strange thing, because I would need to see the geometric proof for that.
That's the definition of an angle. Why would I need to? Are you seriously?
Yeah, you would need to show the geometric proof that you can't measure an angle to a curve.
I gotta show you that an angle is two straight lines.
Yeah, because I can show you the geometric proof that you can, but it's on you to support that claim.
It's on me to prove that an angle is two straight lines.
No, that you cannot measure an angle to a curve. Yeah.
What? Say that again.
It's on you to show that you cannot measure an angle to a curve if you're going to make that claim. But anyway, this is about. I want to be clear, John. This is your chance to show, as you agreed, how celestial navigation works for your model, and there are specific numbers that I gave you, measurements that I gave you to do.
Why would I do that when Ruhif did it so admirably? I don't get it. He used the celestial sphere model of a flat plane.
You've said
over and over again.
Yeah, so I'm not without supporting evidence.
Jumping through hoops, man. Come on now.
Well, you agreed to this, and so far you have not done what you agreed to.
He demonstrated it. I knew he was going to. All I had to do was let him do it.
Do what? You've claimed that he did that. All right. Well, I put.
He used the celestial sphere model 5 times. Anybody that's watching this, just go look up the celestial sphere model. That's all he did. He used the flat plane model of the celestial sphere.
All right. Well, for people following along at home, I have since you failed and your entire crew is dead. I put the links there, so I'll show.
Failure. I told you I conceded to everything.
Yes,
what
you did.
You're not listening. I did. I said you can have it all.
Yep,
but you
conceded. All right. So
angle still requires 2 straight lines and a flat baseline.
All right. So, well, those are unsubstantiated claims. But here
that was a stipulation of the debate I put out.
Here is,
and you all accepted, right?
Just a second, John. And
then you demonstrated it using the celestial sphere, which is my model. That's a flat plane model.
Hold on, John. Hold on.
I'm not excited. This is hilarious.
I'm going to share this to you so you can see. All right. Here is, everybody sees it at home. There is the one that that Ruhif did, and he got the correct location. He used the GPs of each of the stars and plotted it on a globe. This is what Ruhif did. Right here.
Can I give the answer for John's?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Valparaiso in Chile.
Nailed it. So here is, right here. There is John's, and again, this is plotted on a sphere. You'll see there's no flat
beautiful
plane.
Cartoon image.
There's no flat plane here.
But see,
but here's what happened, John.
That's a projection of the celestial sphere.
So
that's a projection of the flat Earth onto a celestial sphere.
So
and then you're reifying it into a globe. That's all the globe is.
All you've done is say things. You've not demonstrated anything
that has been projected onto the celestial sphere.
But John, your opinion doesn't matter.
It's not opinion. That's what
you're
it is.
in Davy Jones' locker right now.
I'm in Davy Jones's locker.
All right.
No, I never got.
Yes, you are. All right. So I will hand it over to Ruhif now. Since you failed to demonstrate, no surprise. I mean, nobody really surprised at that. But I'll hand it over to Ruhif and you to have your discussion. Go ahead.
He demonstrated it for me. Why do I have to demonstrate anything if he used my model to do this?
You wanted to show
so you could share. You said that you would concede anything. Are you going to concede that it doesn't work on a flat Earth?
You use the flat Earth elevation angle measurements. You use the flat Earth celestial sphere model, and now you want me to concede that it didn't work on a flat Earth? So you want me to say it didn't work, what you just did?
I didn't use a flat Earth. That is your opinion, right? You need to show
not an opinion. You did. You used the celestial sphere model over 5 times when you were talking about elevation angles and getting your fix.
Yeah, we're very clear. If you can't get a position fix, you lose the debate. You did not get a position fix, you have lost.
What? Okay. You used the flat Earth model 5 times and you're like, and I lost? Yeah. Okay.
Because you're incorrect. It's okay that you're incorrect.
It's okay. I'm incorrect that you used a flat Earth celestial sphere model 5 times.
Which is incorrect.
That's fine. Okay.
Anyway, you obviously came here to discuss elevation angles and celestial sphere models. So, like I've asked you multiple times in the DMs.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I asked you whether your issue is with angles requiring straight lines. Is that the issue or angles to the horizon? Can you please
Well,
elaborate?
when you were asserting your dip angle correction, that you're reifying this sphere that you were projecting up onto the celestial sphere, you said dip angle correction several times. But the problem is you're figuring out the differential angle from a 90 degrees to your vertical that you call your eye level, and a 90 degrees that is the ground in the celestial sphere model that bisects that celestial sphere. And that is where the angle is measured from. That is the flat plane you dwell atop.
Hold on.
That differential, if you map that differential, you can reify it into a geometric position, but it's not. That's what, when you say refracted, that means it's not a geometric position anymore.
Hold on. When you said celestial sphere model, right, it has nothing to do with measuring an angle. Literally nothing to do with it.
Celestial navigation has nothing to do with measuring an angle.
No, I literally said getting an elevation angle has nothing to do with the celestial sphere model, right? Not that celestial navigation has nothing to do with the celestial sphere. Please don't put words in my mouth. All right, so we're getting an elevation angle.
The celestial
what does the celestial sphere model have to do with that?
The celestial sphere is derived from the angle measurements.
No, we're starting at step one.
The celestial sphere utilizes that flat plane to put those angles into a model, so you can use an arc minute to find your position on a flat plane.
We're starting at step one. We're starting at step one, getting an elevation angle. Right, nothing to do with the celestial sphere model. What is your issue with getting an elevation angle on a globe?
Okay. Well, why don't we take the sextant out of it? Let's go back to say Eratosthenes, right?
Right.
Sticks and shadows. Did he get an elevation angle of the sun with those sticks and shadows?
Yep.
He did. What was his baseline?
What do you mean his baseline? He got an elevation angle. His baseline was probably a piece of wood.
What was his hypotenuse would be from the tip of the shadow to the top of the stick onto the sun, right? That line, right?
Onto like a piece of wood or something, sure.
Okay. And what was the baseline that angle is derived from?
That would be his horizontal.
The Earth?
It'd probably be a piece of wood or something. Just whatever his horizontal is, he's established a horizontal. So his base piece of wood would be perpendicular to his stick.
Okay. The story is he used what are those phallic objects that
Gnomon. A gnomon?
No, what was it's got a name, and it's just
obelisk.
I'm losing the name of it.
It doesn't matter. We'll call it a stick. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, it takes some.
Yeah, it was like a 40-foot tall stick, but he was just using the ground.
40-foot tall stick.
As his flag.
Yeah, MC Toon goes a stick.
At baseline to get an angle.
Okay, was it relatively flat?
Relatively flat. Okay. Yeah. So it's flat.
What was the ground that he did this measurement on? Was it relatively flat?
How many flat spots are on a sphere?
We have terrain. So there are lots of mountains. They're not very flat.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Jesus wept.
No, you're talking about Earth again. No.
Right.
Confusing geometric question, and then you're throwing
his angle would need to be measured against a horizontal. His stick would be the vertical, and he would have to measure the angle with a horizontal. That does not mean the surface is flat.
Well, the horizontal he used was the surface.
Yeah, and how flat was he? Was he in a mountain? How flat was the ground?
There's no difference.
Okay.
The ground doesn't matter.
But what are you going to argue past on that?
I'm asking how flat was the ground? If the ground was bumpy, then his measurement would be not as accurate as it would be.
Right. You're confusing the topography with geometry, right? The establishment of the baseline with the topography and confusing the two. Right.
So he measured an angle.
An actual measurement.
He measured an angle, right? He measured an angle with a 40-foot pole, you said? And he measured something like 7 degrees.
Trying to think of what they called them.
I think it's a gnomon.
Yeah, no, I think it was an obelisk in the story. I'm not exactly sure. But
Right,
it was
so he
pretty
measured.
big.
Right, so he
And it was,
measured.
you know, a long shadow, right?
No, it wasn't a long shadow. It's 7
It wasn't
Yeah,
degrees.
was that his short shadow?
No, because he only measured like 7 degrees. So if
So
you're,
that shadow increases, right?
And wasn't it local noon as well? Local noon and yeah.
As the day progresses.
right,
Does that mean you're not getting an angle when the shadow's longer?
you would have to adjust it to horizontal. That's the point. If
You
his
adjust
ground
the horizontal from where?
from the obelisk, you have to establish a horizontal at the obelisk.
Right. To
Okay, so that's
the
why I'm
point where the
asking.
angle is taken, right?
From the obelisk, yeah.
No, not from the obelisk, from the tip of the shadow.
Yeah,
Or the-
so we have to
create your
establish the
angle.
horizontal from the obelisk to wherever the shadow lands. And if the land 2 meters away is at the same approximate level as the obelisk, then you're fine.
So you're asserting there's just a flat area on Earth. It's just flat. It's
We
geometrically
have
flat.
terrain. We have terrain, right?
Uh-huh.
Are you asserting
Yes,
we
we
should
do.
be able to see
That's
Earth
a
curve
topography
over
argument.
2
That's not a
meters?
geometry argument. Like
Right,
you understand
the geometry.
between topography
Yeah.
and geometry, right?
Yes, the geometry requires that he establish a horizontal at the obelisk, and then 2 meters away, if required, adjust that up to horizontal if the ground is below or above it.
So he just didn't take an angle
He took an angle.
and on a flat plane.
He measured the angle
What?
relative to the
Oh
horizontal.
God!
On a
The
flat plane.
horizontal
Oh, it
at
gets
the
worse.
obelisk. No,
No,
the horizontal
it wasn't a flat
established at the
plane. So he
obelisk.
didn't get an angle.
He got an angle. He
Geometrically, it
established.
wasn't an angle.
He got an angle. He established a horizontal at the obelisk, and
Which would
presuming
not
that
be the same. Which is not the same as getting an angle from the tip of the shadow.
why?
Because
I
those
don't follow.
what you're asserting is those two horizontals don't match, so you're not getting an angle
Right, but
that way.
on a globe, right? You're 2 meters away. How much do you think those horizontals will differ by? 2
So you
meters
have
away.
a
How much
super flat
curvature?
globe, right?
This,
Okay.
this is
Can-
2
all
meters,
right.
John. 2 meters
Well, let's
away.
break this down. Let's break this into a two-dimensional view, right? Say your sphere, right? And you saying that it's tangent at the point of intersection between the curved line, your vertical, and the horizontal that you're saying is not the ground, right?
Correct. The horizontal
Okay.
is at the obelisk.
That belief that you just stated is contradictory to the celestial sphere model.
What the hell does the
Because
celestial
in
sphere
that
model have to
same-
do with getting an
Same
angle?
model, hold on. In that same model, there's a horizon. So when you take that curved Earth and put it at the point where the angle's taken, you can no longer say that the horizon is a geometric tangent point. When you move that out and do what you did to say that it was a huge Earth and straighten that line out, then you're asserting you're taking your angle from a curved baseline.
We're literally on the ground measuring the angle between some shadow on the ground and the top of an obelisk. What on earth does the celestial sphere model have to do with that?
Well, I'm just saying that the assertion that you're making now is contradictory to the celestial sphere model.
Well, it's
but for it to be an
probably-
angle, it must be a straight baseline.
It's probably
to be
contradictory to your
straight
understanding
flat.
of the celestial sphere model. That's probably correct.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's a flat plane celestial sphere model.
Right? Horizontal,
Right.
eye level.
Horizontal.
Eye level is a flat plane. The surface is not a flat plane.
I think they spend the
So
next half
when
an hour trying
took
to
that-
get him to admit that you can get a horizontal without referencing the ground.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
just
next.
going
That's
round in
the
circles
next.
at this
That's
point,
the next bit. Yeah, after this.
Measurement of an angle with the obelisk. If the sun would have been,
I think it's
Right.
up here.
It
would
would
it be
be.
on a sphere?
Parallel
Be
to
honest
the parallel to the mean sea level. No, of course not.
On a sphere, right? That would not be parallel,
Correct.
right?
'Cause
Okay,
one's
now
a,
if you
one's a
take the
circle, one's a straight line.
right, and if you take the theodolite out of it and you're just using the ground, can you get an angle with one of your lines being curved?
You mean curved due to refraction or curved with the surface?
If the baseline, right?
Right.
Say the water, you got really flat water somewhere.
Right.
You got miles and miles of it.
Yep.
And you got a shadow being cast across that water. Can you get an angle with a curved baseline?
When you say curved baseline, do you mean the water or refraction?
Well, you'll be using the water as the baseline because that's where the shadow will lie, right?
What am I using?
The shadow will be lying across the baseline, will it not?
Right, but what am I using to measure the angle?
Well, you could probably get a protractor at that point, right?
Okay, so
Because
I'll have a protractor.
Shadow.
I'll have a protractor. I will hang a weight on a string from it, and then I'll measure the elevation directly from that without referencing the surface at all.
Well, see, the thing is, the bottom of that protractor is flat. When you set it on the ground to get that angle, that's flat.
He's not doing that.
Yeah, that's
Protractors
something he keeps
are
coming
round?
back to.
Yeah. He keeps referencing the ground all the
What are
time.
you talking
They
about?
are half round. But see, the
okay.
angle itself
He's a one-trick
doesn't
pony. He
necessarily
can't
make
get
it
on
round.
this.
You could have a square protractor. As
Yeah,
long
it's
as
got to be on the ground because
correlating
therefore
degrees
Earth flat.
work. And that's
Yeah, exactly.
you kind of get into the
Yeah,
concept
ground
of the
flat,
celestial sphere model at
Therefore,
that point.
everything.
Because
Yeah,
you're
so
just taking
everything's
the
flat.
horizontal
Reference to flat.
plane in the celestial
Right.
sphere model and getting an angle to the celestial objects, right? But you're geometrically showing them as a sphere because the tool you're using is basically a protractor. You're working in arcs, angles.
Right, but with a protractor, right? If we're using like a semicircle protractor, right? I'm going to stick a little telescope on that flat side and hang a weight from a string from the center. And then I'm going to use that little telescope to sight to a star or whatever. And based on where that plumb bob is hanging, I've measured an elevation angle. I did not reference the surface at all.
Right, but see,
surface
you're
has
moving away
nothing
from
to
the
do.
point I was making about the shadow cast across the ground as your
Right.
baseline being an angle. You said it was, and now you're kind of implying it's not. Is that going to be an angle or not?
It's going to be an angle, but because the surface of water is curved, right, that point that the shadow lands on will not be on the horizontal at whatever thing is causing the shadow, right? So you will have to adjust it. Now, if it's 20 meters, the adjustment's basically zero, right? Virtually zero.
Well, if the sun's 2 degrees above the horizon,
Okay.
it's going to be a lot more than that.
Okay.
I'm not. What
Wasn't
is the
2
longest
degrees above the
shadow
horizon,
measured
even
for,
though he keeps
say,
coming back to this
100
bullshit.
feet?
Yeah.
Doesn't
I
matter.
don't even know that.
Yeah. If the point that the shadow ends at is not on the horizontal at the point of whatever is causing the shadow, then you will need to adjust it because the Earth is curved.
Well, see, the thing is, when you're talking about angles, are you saying that the point where the shadow ends is going to be a different angle from the point where it touches the Earth? Is that your claim?
What I'm saying is that if you want an elevation angle, then the point at which the shadow lands must be on the horizontal of the thing that casts the shadow to get an accurate
Right,
elevation.
flat Earth.
No,
flat
just
Earth, right.
if it's not, then you have to adjust it. If that point is not on the horizontal, then you
There
need
he
to
goes
adjust
again.
it. That is it.
Yep.
He desperately wants it to be on the ground, doesn't he? Has to be on the ground.
Yeah, because
You just
this whole
described
curved
the flat Earth.
adjacent thing, it's
No,
their one trick they've got.
I've
right
described an adjustment you might need to make because the Earth is curved.
But the thing, if the Earth's curved, then that shadow will never fall on the same plane because a straight line is only tangent to a sphere at one point.
If the Earth is curved, then yes, that shadow cast over the water.
Credit to
will
him, he's
not
been
end
very
at
patient with him.
at the
Very
horizontal
patient.
point.
I couldn't
Correct.
be this patient.
You
I
would
really
have to
couldn't.
adjust it. It's
now.
over smooth water.
Keeps his temper throughout the
So
whole
you
thing.
can never use
Yeah.
the Earth as the baseline for an angle if you lived on a sphere.
No, that's not correct because we're going to talk about sextants now, aren't we?
Oh yeah, that's the point where you
Yeah.
You really
So
need
do we want to
think
talk
this,
about
'cause What
sextants?
you just said. Hold on, no, because the geometric principle that you're missing, right?
Oh, and this is the other
I've
thing he
got the
does.
geometric
Not the
principle.
same angle at the tip of the shadow as it is at
Wait a
the
minute, I'll pause
bottom
it
of
for a
the
sec.
obelisk for the.
Yeah, I haven't got. I don't remember this bit. I remember the bit before with the plumb bob. He just couldn't separate the ground from the plumb bob. He always kept going back to the ground all the time.
Yeah.
With the plumb bob.
But
Now
this
he's-
is the other thing that he brings up several times through this, which drove me completely crazy, is he keeps talking about geometry versus topology.
Yeah.
The example relies on topology because it's an actual, in the real world where there is topology, projection of a shadow onto ground which is not perfectly flat.
I mean, the ground's irrelevant, right? I mean, it's irrelevant. I
Yeah,
mean,
no-
it could be any shape whatsoever, right? Am I getting that right? It makes no difference whatsoever because
Yeah,
you're
but
just finding an angle
talking
between
about
the horizontal, right? 90 degrees.
for elevation angles for star sightings, etc. Yes,
Yeah.
that's exactly right. But the example that they've been talking about for most of the last 5 minutes is the shadow of an obelisk falling on the ground.
Yeah. I know he's stuck on that. Yeah, I know that.
And that example requires that you take topography into account. You have to know whether the ground you're on is vaguely level, is it
Of
reasonably flat, is it at the point where the shadow's falling, how far below the horizontal plane established at the base of the obelisk is, etc. All of the things that Ruhif has been bringing up. And every time he brings up topography, our little flurf idiot complains that he's talking about topography, not geography, not geometry. And now he's doing it again. It drove me batty listening to him.
Has he got onto the plumb bob yet, or has that already been?
That's in a couple of minutes.
Ah, because that bit when it gets a bit interesting. If you use that word.
The ducking and dodging and diving and lying to flurf.
Yeah.
I never got this far.
It gets better.
Force everything to be a flat plane.
Yeah.
I watched probably about the first 20 minutes this morning whilst I was having breakfast, and Ruhiv did his whole thing. And then MC Toon says to this guy, right, now your presentation. No. Did he ever do a presentation?
No.
Of course not. Thought so.
He was going to grab a video, then an image, and then something, and then he didn't.
It was all over the place, but nowhere was his demonstrating, how it works on the flat.
He conceded. He was trying to say, I concede. You just demonstrated a flat Earth by using your evidence.
I'm pretty much convinced that he came in fully intending to give no demonstration of how to do this on a flat Earth.
Well, of course.
To just seize on the fact that celestial sphere is used. Ruhif used the celestial sphere.
Yeah.
As far as the flurf's concerned, you can only do that on a flat Earth because you can't take an angle to a curved adjacent.
Yeah.
So it's just such bullshit, and whoever came up with that needs to be shot. And we also, the flat Earth debunking community should be jumping on top of that and pointing out that we can take an angle because we can get a line of sight to a tangent to a curve, and that line of sight is a straight line.
Yeah.
So
nothing
we can absolutely take. Yeah, if you demand straight lines, we can do that.
I mean, it's almost as if they're denying that a tangent even exists. They just don't seem to sort of concede to that at all.
No.
That it's possible to draw a tangent line from a circle. I don't. They just seem to be avoiding it, don't they?
Admitted that you can.
Yeah, but in the most part, but in the most part, they just don't seem to want to concede it. I mean, it's just so simple to understand what a tangent line is and what it does.
But a lot of them can't visualize that.
Yeah.
No matter how many times we draw the pictures, they either can't visualize it or they refuse to accept that it's a possibility, and then they just go off on side projections being cartoons.
I think what it is that whoever started this year of the sextant bullshit, right? They've kind of now realised that they've come unstuck because they can't actually demonstrate it. So now they're actually swimming and they're in defence mode right now. They're in damage limitation because they're struggling with this now, because that's why none of them can demonstrate this on a flat Earth. None of them can. They're not going to, because the Earth isn't fucking flat. Excuse my French.
They've got the same problem that they had with the telescope mounts.
Yeah, equatorial mounts. Yeah,
the equatorials. Thanks. Equatorial mount works. The Earth is flat, therefore an equatorial mount works on flat Earth. That's the logic. So, sextant, celestial navigation works. The Earth is flat, therefore celestial navigation works on the Earth. Is basically where they're at. And now they're just looking for any excuse as to why it can't work on a globe, and curved adjacent is the excuse at the moment.
I mean, if I was a brand new flat earther, right, and I had me maybe for the last, I don't know, say 6 months, and all this stuff about the year of sextant started and all the rest of it, I would actually be quite embarrassed right now if I hadn't already, if I was a flat earther.
They all should be embarrassed all of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, but you see my point though, just on that particular point. If I was stupid enough to be a flat earther, a brand new flat earther, and just coming into the community, I would be thinking, right, hang on, what the hell is going on here? I can't demonstrate this on a flat earth. What the fuck am I doing? That's what I would be doing right now. I really would, because it's getting embarrassing for them. They must know by now that this is just a hopeless case. It's quite funny because the whole year of the sextant thing is just fallen flat in its face completely and utterly.
But you know, to be
what? Do you know, two serious attempts?
Excuse the pun, flat on its face. You know what I mean?
Yes. Farmers is disgusting. I can see it in his face.
I can't even see him at the moment.
Oh, it's lovely when it leaves you.
But Matt, you know, to be a successful flirf, you've got to leave logic and reasoning throw it out the window.
Yeah, but you see my point though. I'm just sort of playing devil's advocate, as if I was a brand new flat earther. If I was stupid enough to do that, that's what I'm saying. I would be seriously asking some questions. What the hell am I flat earther right now? Just on this subject alone.
We'll see if we can squeeze a little bit more out before we run out of time.
Part of the problem.
Well, I'll try.
Oh, sorry.
I've come to a conclusion. I didn't think it was possible. Actually, Farmer's Boy is far more impatient than I was, and I didn't think that was possible. I mean, Christ alive. And I'm impatient.
I want to get to the next bit with the plumb board, if I can get up to that bit.
It's not too far away.
That's right. It will be an inaccurate elevation angle. If you want an accurate one, then you'll need to correct it.
So Eratosthenes corrected for that?
I don't think so, because his shadow would have been 2 meters away, probably less.
So he just used Earth as a flat plane at that point, right?
2 meters of it, sure. would you like to take into account the I don't know, 50th of a millimeter of Earth curvature now?
Yeah, buy your beds.
Oh, did you let him in? Thanks.
I'll let him in.
Or do you have to start behaving now, Easy?
Yeah, you got to start behaving, Matt.
Yeah.
Hey, Blue.
Is it okay that he measured 7 degrees and not 7?
G'day, mate.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Blue.
How'd you be?
Oh, forgot what day it was.
It's Monday.
I'd get like that.
How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing good. We're just entertaining ourselves with this what's a polite way of putting it?
Moron.
Dumb flirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would call that a regulation ass whipping.
We're just waiting to get to the good bit, or another good bit.
7.00001 degrees. Is that okay? Are you still there?
He's muted.
There you go. I do remember him going silent there.
I'm sorry. I hit the button twice by accident. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
No,
though,
you were
it's
talking
the
to Nathan, you
methodology
dipshit.
he used to get the height of the mountain before he measured the dip angle. Do you accept that?
That he used an approximation. Yes, I do agree with that. Yep.
He used the flat plane.
Yes, to approximate the height of the mountain. I agree. Do you think he accepts the Earth is flat, or do you think he was just making an approximation? What do you think?
I think he was using the necessity of reality to get
I
the
think
height of the mountain. Yeah.
I think he didn't know the radius of the Earth, and he knew how much of an error would be introduced by assuming a flat plane to get the height of the mountain. That's what I think. Do you know how much
that in
error?
his story? How is that in the story that he
I don't know.
His calculation of the mountain was in error?
It would have
Because
been an
people
error,
use
and he would have
shadows
known it.
people use shadows all the time to measure the heights of things with triangles.
Yes. Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Triangle. Length of the shadow is one baseline
Right.
over the Earth.
But given he was trying to measure the radius of the Earth, do you think he just accepted that there would be some margin of error in that calculation? Or do you think he believes that the Earth is flat when he's trying to measure the radius? What do you think?
I think it's the same thing as when you use the flat plane to describe how you would navigate on a globe.
I don't use a flat plane to navigate on a globe. I don't use a flat Earth to navigate on a globe.
Yeah, the celestial sphere model utilizes a flat plane that's a flat Earth.
Are you saying that the celestial sphere uses a flat Earth, so a flat surface, to navigate on a globe? What on earth do you mean by that?
No,
I'm
saying the idea of a globe is a projection from the flat Earth that you dwell on to the celestial sphere.
What the hell?
It's just a model.
I'm
as it gets
convinced.
closer to the horizon, it doesn't correspond with reality. That's why they add this idea of refraction to it, because it doesn't match.
You don't know what the celestial sphere model is. If I said right ascension and declination, would you be able to tell me what those mean?
No.
No.
This is funny.
Ascension and ascension would be up and down, declinations left to right, right?
Right.
Well,
I do. It's
actually the opposite. If I gave you right ascension, what's the analog to right ascension?
Analog to right ascension means right.
I'm not exactly sure what that would be. Left declination. I don't know.
No. The analog to right ascension is longitude, and the analog to declination is latitude. Okay,
right, so that's the celestial sphere, and then you project those points that correlate on the ground, the flat plane, up to the celestial sphere, and that's your globe. How do you not see that?
I'll figure out what you're talking about in a minute, but you understand that the celestial sphere, like all the stars, are basically projected onto the inside of the sphere, right? And it covers the entire sphere.
No,
that is what the celestial sphere is. That is what the celestial sphere is. It's right ascension and declination. Right, so you have stars all inside this sphere. All the surface is covered with stars, and you're saying you chop it in half. Is that what I'm getting?
No. The celestial sphere is angle measurements placed in a geometric model so that we can use it for navigation. The correlation between the arc angle measurements of those angles from a flat plane correspond to the celestial sphere. But as it gets closer to the horizon, those measurements don't match up as well. So they're adjusted.
When you say horizon, you're like...
If it was atmospheric refraction, right, then it would constantly be a shifting thing. But you have a set value at certain heights that you adjust for, do you not?
When you say horizon in the celestial sphere model, you understand that there are stars all around the surface. All right. When you say horizon, it sounds like you're talking about an observer, and that's a different sphere.
See, that's the thing. In the celestial sphere model, you have the point where the angle is taken from, which is the ground in the celestial sphere model.
Celestial sphere model.
The right ascension and declination is taken from the center.
No, you don't measure from the center of Earth. You measure from the surface.
the coordinates,
God.
right ascension and declination,
what?
are at the center.
Yeah, where you stand. It's not the center of Earth. Like,
Now you're talking about altitude and azimuth. So that's a transformation of right ascension and declination. So you're talking about your sort of observer's celestial sphere.
okay, so there's an observer's celestial sphere now.
Okay, which has a horizon.
Take the celestial sphere,
Well, the
then put it
observer's
on
at the
a sphere,
center of
and
the
then put it inside
celestial
a
sphere. Does he
celestial
not
sphere
realise that?
with the equatorial plane? Is that the
Yeah,
one you're talking about?
it's where you translate the right ascension and declination into altitude and azimuth. And guess what? You have to use spherical geometry to do it.
Right, because
Yes.
you're using arc angle
Right.
measurements, right?
Oh man.
It's because it's a celestial sphere model, but it's still a flat Earth that bisects it.
Again, when you say bisect it, do you mean like you chop it in half?
What?
Like do you slice it off at the celestial equator? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's just the point where the stars disappear into the horizon. You don't ever observe the celestial sphere. That's an imaginary.
Right. It is
All you
conceptual.
see is this half of the celestial sphere, and it's like a dome. So for the flat earthers that believe in a dome, whatever, you know.
Okay,
But
so you're seeing half of the celestial sphere now, right? So you can see half the stars, and if I'm antipodal to you on a globe, I would see the other half.
right, but you would have to assert that plane that you're standing on, right? The plane that you're taking the measurements from is of 180 degrees antipodal to me. That you don't.
Sure.
That's
Yeah,
not how
but
planes
even
work.
now, I'm in
That's not
Australia
how
now.
planes work.
I'm in Australia. So when you are an observer and you slice your celestial sphere off to give you your like personal celestial sphere, your plane that you've just sliced off must be parallel with my plane, correct? If we're on a flat Earth,
Yeah.
the plane that you slice off with your horizon must be on the same plane as mine. Yet we see different stars. Therefore,
No,
we have sliced off
confusing.
different parts.
You don't see forever though. The point
Oh,
the
to see forever.
horizon is the
I hate that.
disillusionment
Grinds my
point that's
gears,
caused
that
from several factors. It's not a geometric curve that blocks things with its physicality. That's not what the horizon is. I
Yes,
thought
it
that
is.
argument
Yes, it
died
is.
with the black swan, but this has brought up that
No.
geometric horizon thing that I don't even
We
get why
can
y'all
talk
are
about
bringing it
horizon.
back up.
We're going to talk about the sextant, right? Measuring to the horizon.
Yeah, eventually.
Right.
Should we do
The
that?
flat plane you're standing on, the flat plane that your eye creates when it's 90 degrees vertical, to the parallel
eyes
between
create a
those
flat
two,
plane.
you measure the differential. But
So
the
when you
point
say
at which you
flat
can no
plane-
longer see the horizon is the disillusionment point.
When you say flat plane,
Disillusionment.
are you
There's a
referring
new
to the
word,
surface
there's
or
a
horizontal,
disillusion.
like eye level?
Both.
Both. So you're just assuming that the Earth's flat plane.
Well, it has to be for you to measure angles from it.
Oh,
Why?
Jesus wept.
And we're back here again. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the baseline.
I've just shown you what I'm sharing on screen now makes no reference to the surface whatsoever. Please explain how a theodolite references the shape of the surface to measure an
The
elevation. angle.
horizon. But the
I'm not
sextant
looking at the
does.
horizon.
Right.
We'll talk about the sextant in a minute.
The sextant references the horizon, does it not?
We will
That's what
get to
your
the sextant.
dip
I
angle-
promise
you
we
brought
will
the
get to
dip
the
angle
sextant in a
up.
minute. I promise we'll get to the
Brought the dip
sextant in a
angle
minute.
up.
I promise we'll get to the sextant in a minute. So what I'm sharing on
Nautical
screen,
navigation
this
for the
does not
horizon for the
reference the surface at all, yet it measures an elevation angle, correct?
It has a flat baseline over another flat baseline.
And that flat baseline is eye level, which again is not the surface, correct?
But the bottom of your screen is also flat too. So the same-
Oh,
The terrain is
jeez.
all over the place,
That's not
right?
what it is.
The
Wow.
blue line is vertical. Can I establish a horizontal that is perpendicular to that? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah, the bottom
Do
of
I
your
need the
screen and then the
surface?
red dotted line, they're both flat.
Do I need the
Face
surface
this,
to
face
be a
this, face
particular shape to
Yeah,
establish that
quiet.
horizontal?
What you do need is it to be parallel to the
I
surface.
don't need that. It's
No.
clearly, obviously not parallel to the surface in that diagram.
So
I do not
Eratosthenes
need-
did not get an angle measurement from the ground.
I do not need the surface to be flat to establish that horizontal. That
So
horizontal
Eratosthenes-
is perpendicular to vertical. That is all it is. I do not need the surface to be
Eratosthenes-
flat for that horizontal to be perpendicular.
Right.
Can I
so
measure an
Eratosthenes
elevation
could
angle
not-
with a theodolite?
So Eratosthenes could not have measured an
question-
angle to the sun.
The question is, does a theodolite measure an elevation angle without referencing the surface?
Which is a non sequitur because we both
Simple
agree
question.
that on a flat
Oh,
Earth
God.
it would not
Non
need
sequitur.
to either. So
He,
what's your
he knows
point?
what the answer is.
I have
He's just won't
established a
answer it.
vertical
Yeah.
with a plumb bob or whatever. I establish 90 degrees to it to establish a horizontal. I have not referenced the surface in any way.
So if you did reference the surface, like if you say you set it on the ground, that
On a plumb
line
bob.
that comes, the red line that comes out, could never be parallel to the surface.
It won't be
He's
parallel
trying
to
to
the surface.
avoid
The
the
surface is
plumb
very bumpy.
Over water,
Okay, it will be curving away then.
right? Which contradicts
Okay.
the celestial sphere model.
I have not referenced the surface at all in this diagram. Do you
He tries to
understand?
straw man him by a little bit
Yes,
now and again.
and I'm pointing
too.
out that
Okay.
your assertion that the
Yeah.
ground's falling away is contradicting the celestial sphere model that's using
But
a
we're
flat
just-
plane to measure angles to the celestial stars.
We're just measuring an elevation angle, nothing to do with the celestial sphere model. Okay, so
Right,
before
but
we can
your
move
whole
on,
premise, hold on, because the whole premise of you doing all those calculations and you were supposed to be using your model. If you're using the celestial sphere, that's a flat plane model. So you're proving my point here.
you're allowed to be incorrect, John. That's okay. But I just want to get this clear.
Why am I incorrect? Why
We're
am
going
I
to get
incorrect?
there. Yeah, because I'm telling you that I have not referenced the surface to get this elevation angle. Do you agree that I have not referenced the surface?
If you're not going to talk about the surface, then what's the point? I thought we were
We're
talking
just
about
getting an elevation
the
angle. That's all we're doing. All right, step one, the step that you failed. You didn't even get to step one.
Yeah.
I have
step one
not
requires a flat
referenced the
plane. What are you
surface
talking
here.
about?
Well, you keep asserting that, and I'm asking you with reference to this diagram, how did I reference the surface? I didn't. I've established a vertical, and I've stuck a freaking right set square against it, and that's my horizontal. Nothing to do with the surface. So
He didn't
can
hand
I?
you the theodolite. Hold on. He didn't hand you no theodolite. He said he handed you a sextant. So,
Fine. We're talking about
okay.
sections
Well,
in a
no,
minute.
no,
I
no,
promise.
not fine. No, because you said you did not reference the ground.
We'll get to sextants in a minute. We'll get to I promise we'll get to sextants.
Does a sextant reference the ground?
Yes, and I promise I will get to the sextant
That's
in
a
a minute.
problem. That's a
We'll
problem.
get there in a minute, John. I'm just trying to establish that I have measured an elevation angle with the theodolite without referencing the surface whatsoever. Do you agree that I've done that?
Well, of course. You have a flat
Okay.
plane over a flat plane. Good job. What have you proven there?
Again, you almost got there and then threw that last bit in. All right. Did I?
So it can't be a flat plane over a flat plane.
I'm not referencing the
right?
surface at all. Do you understand? I'm not referencing the surface. It doesn't matter what shape the surface is.
What an
I
idiot.
can establish a vertical and
No,
I can
he
establish a
knows.
horizontal.
He's not going to admit
The
it.
elevation
But he's
angle
not
No,
is
it's
relative
surface.
to
He
that
just isn't going to do
horizontal.
it. He's not going to acknowledge it.
Measure an elevation angle with a theodolite, regardless of the shape of the Earth? Yes or no, please?
I done said yes. What are you going on about? Move on.
Do you accept that I can measure that elevation angle with a theodolite without referencing the surface or the shape of the surface?
Do you do that with a sextant?
I'm asking you for a
Oh,
theodolite.
Christ almighty.
Right. We use
He
the
won't.
sextant
He's
for
not
the
going to
I've
answer
got
it.
No, I've
he
said
knows.
now
He
6
knows.
times. I promise you, we will get to sextants. Please answer the question.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm
you did
very,
not
very
reference
keen not to
the
answer.
surface of Earth. You did not reference the surface of Earth.
For this, no. Do you agree that I did not reference the surface of the Earth to measure that angle with a theodolite?
No.
Why?
The parallel. It's parallel to the surface. If it's
That's your assertion. All right, that's your
Yeah.
assertion. But I'm literally just
demonstrated
hanging.
it.
He wants to
I
say yes,
demonstrated
but
it
he
with the
can't.
shadows not 2 minutes
Well,
ago,
it
and you're
destroys his
ignoring it
narrative.
now.
That's why.
I'm hanging a plumb bob, okay, and I stick a set square against it, and I look along the edge of the set square. Did I require the Earth to be a particular shape for me to do that?
Do you think flat is the shape?
Oh, jeez.
Jesus, John, this is
Oh God!
We're talking about an aspect
Really?
of the ground, right?
no, we're
He's
not
not
talking about
mentioning
the
the
ground.
Is it
ground.
not?
We're
Is it
not
curving
talking
or is
about
it
the
not?
ground to establish this. All right, this
So
is
this-
establishing an elevation angle
Forget about the
without
ground.
reference to the ground.
That's fine. You can
Okay,
do that.
so
because
yes,
a flat plane can be parallel to a flat plane.
it
Yeah.
can be, right? But it
Mhm.
doesn't matter for the purposes of this.
Nope. You're not referencing the ground. I already told you.
Excellent. So I can measure an elevation angle without referencing the ground, right? Yes.
As long as you
We get an
have
agreement?
a plane, as long as you have a plane that is parallel to the ground, yeah, you can.
Oh, Jesus, John. I don't know where to go from this.
Oh,
It's very
God
simple.
almighty.
I hang a plumb bob. I hang a plumb bob. Do I
Obviously not
require
simple. You're not getting it.
do I require a flat Earth to hang a plumb bob? Yes or no?
Do you want it to be 90 degrees?
Oh,
to the
jeez.
surface?
Just literally just a yes
Oh,
or no.
simple
I'm hanging a
question.
plumb bob. Does
Simple
that Earth
question.
have to be flat to do that?
Is that 90 degrees to the surface?
It's just gravity down. Right? I'm just hanging a plumb bob. Does the Earth have to be
I
flat?
don't know if
to
he
do that?
knows what a plumb bob is.
Gravity, you're assuming that it's got a radius.
Whatever.
I mean, you could be at the
Acceleration
top of a
down,
100-foot
whatever the
tower,
down
and
direction
it
is.
makes no
So yes,
fucking
Yeah,
difference.
it doesn't make any
Yep.
difference.
Okay.
I hang a plumb bob. I can do that without the Earth being flat. Yes.
In free space, you hang a plumb bob.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to, you're jumping
I
between
thought you said
geometric
Rui doesn't,
considerations
lose his
and
cool.
topology.
But he
Earlier,
is
I was
I
just
think
wondering
he
if you're
is.
trying to do that now. Are you talking about establishing a 90 to
A
vertical?
horizontal. Yeah, perpendicular to vertical. Yes.
Can you do that at the ground?
I just want to hang a plumb bob. Can I do that without requiring a flat Earth? It's a very simple question.
Yeah,
Not a trick.
you can hang a plumb bob anywhere.
Can you hang a vertical in free space?
No,
Earth.
not free space.
Whatever
So
shape.
we are referencing the ground then. You said Earth.
We're not referencing the ground, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
Did not
Can
say Earth.
I hang a
I'm
plumb
sorry.
bob?
You did not say Earth. You're talking about free space, but not free space.
You didn't say
on
free
Earth,
We're on
but
Earth.
not
We're on
referencing
Earth.
the
We
ground.
don't know its
You
shape.
see the problem
right?
I'm having with you right now?
Yeah, the Fliff's the only one
I
that's
think you're
talking about free
deliberately
space.
making problems. This is a very
No,
simple
I'm not.
question. Okay. Can I hang a plumb bob while standing on Earth? Does that require a flat Earth to hang a plumb bob?
No.
Excellent. Okay. Now, can I get a set square and hold it up against the plumb bob? Does that require the Earth to be flat?
No.
Where are you putting the square? Are you going to put it on the ground?
Up
No.
against the plumb bob. Come on, John.
Up against the plumb bob.
Yep.
So anywhere that you reference will be parallel to the ground because
Can I hold a set square
Not
against
referencing
the
the
plumb
ground.
bob?
I don't know how many
Yes or no?
times it's
Does
got
it require
Yes.
a flat Earth to do it? So I
Yes.
can do it,
and
and it doesn't require a
all
flat
those
Earth.
all those planes you will create will be parallel to the ground.
Well, that's your
That's
assertion
there
in
you
your
go
model,
again.
right? But you've
Well,
just said it doesn't
every
require a
sentence
flat
will-
Earth to do that.
Well, hold on. Do you want to go back to free space?
No, we're on Earth.
Is that
We're
what
on
you
Earth.
want to
We've hung
Yeah,
a plumb
back to
bob.
free
Free-
space.
Oh, we are on Earth.
Finally, yeah, we're on
Nothing to
Earth.
do
You
with the ground,
finally
though.
agreed. You finally agreed that
Nothing
hanging a
on
plumb
Earth.
bob is not proof of flat Earth. Well done. Now,
Well,
is
hold on.
putting
You
a
said,
set square.
will it be 90? Will this plumb bob be 90 to the ground with 90 degrees to the ground?
If I hang a plumb bob on
No.
a slope, what does it do? I'm
So
on
it
the
will
side of a
not be
hill.
90 degrees. Okay.
No, it doesn't
if
have
you
to
hang
be.
it over the ocean, will it be 90 degrees to the surface of the water?
Yes, at that point.
Wow. That would be a flat Earth.
No, at that point, at the horizontal, at that point, it will make a right angle with it. At that
That
point.
is a flat Earth. You just described a
No,
flat
it's
Earth.
not. Do you not understand
It
what
is.
horizontal is?
The Earth would be your baseline.
No, he does not.
The
No, it's
He doesn't
not.
want to.
A farmer level is horizontal.
Oh, hang on a minute. La 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 la.
I think you'll find that level is horizontal.
Oh, thank you.
Would be the Earth. Okay, well, if your baseline is not
Horizontal,
the Earth,
eye level
then
is
you're
your
not
base level.
eye levels. Okay, so you're
That's
not
horizontal.
talking about the square anymore. You're going back to eye level. But
We're gonna look along
not
it.
on Earth, but on Earth. But we ain't talking about the ground.
Anyway,
Right.
we're on Earth.
I
We've
think
hung
we've
up
done
plumb
enough
bob,
face
and you
palming.
agree that's not proof of flat Earth. All right.
I
Next
think
step
so.
is to
He-
hold
hung
it
up
steady.
plumb
He just keeps going around in circles with this, and keeps bringing the ground into it all the time.
Free space. I don't know what he's done, but free him anyway. Free
yeah,
space.
Yeah.
Space is innocent.
Yeah.
Release Roger.
Oh, free space. Can I have some?
Didn't do nothing.
What about Brian? Release Brian.
Hey, it's like that sign that was painted on that road bridge over the M25 for years, wasn't it? Release somebody or other on the railway bridge. Round near the M40 junction. As you go south.
You'll have to remind me. I can't remember.
As you go south on as you used to go south on the M25, there used to be one of the railway bridges over it. I think it was railway bridge. Had free somebody or other painted down across the side of it.
Oh, what's this
Well,
bit? What's this bit here? Oh, I missed a bit in the video. It was important, but that's okay.
Let me just find Google.
It looks like it might rain, but don't think about it. Just bloody do it.
Yeah. No point in thinking about it.
Well, the clouds are building up, so fingers crossed. Because the car's getting a bit dusty, you know.
Yeah, but you know it'll happen if it does rain. That first bit of rain will only just bring the more dust down on the car.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll go and do my shopping tomorrow afternoon. I'll put it through the car wash. I'll throw the old boy a tenner and say, "What does that get me?"
I can't put my cars through a car wash.
No.
No, I got weather shields and fragile bits and pieces on it.
Yeah. No, mine takes it quite well. It's one of those that you just sit in and it drags you through. You drop your front wheel onto the chain, and
I used to work it
because he goes around with a jet wash and does sort of wheels in the bottom of the car, gives it a quick once over to get the worst of it off, and then
I used to do that
you go
by
through
hand.
this and you get the dance of the octopus at the end.
I used to do that by hand before they used to go in. I used to have to wash behind the mud flaps and under the wipers and stuff like that, and then send them through.
Oh no, they usually have a couple of blokes do each car. They go around with the jet wash and they do the wheels and the arches, and they always give the windscreen a quick once over to try and sort of shift the bugs, because the car wash is good, but it's not
that good.
You know.
Yeah. No, I operated a car wash for years, for about 12 months when I was younger.
That's what I like. That's why I like using that Asda in the Bletchley, because you know you can do your shopping, you can fill your car up, and you get your car clean as well, all in one hit. Boom. And it's still the cheapest diesel around.
It was good in summertime because it was down near the beach area, and the girls used to drive their cars through after they'd been to the beach.
Yeah.
So anyway, going back to that, could anybody describe that as a debate? That wasn't a debate. That was just a lesson.
No.
Him being taught a lesson about angles and plumb bobs.
Well, I mean,
clearly
you can say it's a lesson, but he didn't learn anything.
No. Well, he wanted to say yes, but he couldn't
bring himself to.
No.
Yeah, but he always had to add that extra bit when he was saying yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but
the flat Earth. It has to come back to the flat Earth, flat plane. Has to.
When you hang a plumb bob, you've got to reference the ground to the plumb bob.
Yeah, he was struggling the entire time to find some way to bring it back to Earth flat.
Yeah.
Well, the only strategy they could possibly have had was what he did, which is to try to go in there and not go head to head with an actual calculation. You got to try to somehow or the other convince the world that what Ruhif was using was actually a flat Earth method.
Even though nothing about what he used was flat Earth.
Right.
Absolutely nothing.
Right.
Unless the flurfer says it's Flurf, and then to the other Flurfs, it's Flurf.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
like
sure if that would have been me, I think I would have shut that down pretty quick. Just by simply saying, you know what, I don't even own a nautical sextant, you dipshit. I'm using a bubble sextant. So now what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. Now, I forget, what was it you said? What is it your new thing when you get two flatties together? What do you call it? I can't remember now.
Oh, you're talking about Blue's law of communicating nitwits?
I get the feeling he was trying to pull it on Ruif, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, like you said earlier, the real solution to this kind of challenge is get the flat earther to go first.
Yeah, should have done. Yeah. Because with Ruhif going first, then the Flurf had got something to go, here, but hang on, you've did, and that's exactly what he did. Because there was no way he was going to make a presentation, not in the month of Sundays. Because he knows he can't. Because they all know it doesn't work on a flat earth.
He
I don't think he had
used
anything.
Ruhif's model. He
had
wouldn't
nothing.
have even been able to use the spherical model to do it. He wouldn't have been able to repeat Ruhif's method.
No. In all honesty, neither would I, but that's by the by. You know, he was he was never going to make a presentation on
he
using
claimed
sextant
he was
on
going
the
to
flat
bring
earth.
up a video or something, but he never did.
Of course not. Because there's nothing he could have found to support his case that of a sextant working on a flat
He
earth.
wouldn't have been able to get a location, even if he tried.
No.
So his ship got lost at sea and they all perished.
Yep.
If only.
Yeah,
Yeah.
quite.
Yeah, and Ruhif actually, I think, skipped the more intricate parts of celestial navigation by going to Google Earth that way. You get away from the site reduction crap and that that does get messy.
Are we doing any type of questions or anything?
You're not having a quiz, but now that you've seen some dumb,
Some dumb. Is that a Japanese
do you
philosopher or a flat Earth philosopher?
No, it's a starter.
Do you reckon that's the limit of dumb? No.
Okay.
There are, like it says here, there's dumb people, there's stupid people, and then there's
okay.
And then there is, let's see,
extra special people.
And then there is people like this. What contraception is everyone on? I currently only have sex at night when the sperm's asleep.
Oh my lord!
Just don't want another baby yet.
Well, you're gonna get one.
That's the best time of night.
Yeah.
When the sperm's asleep.
Sure,
It's like going to, sending probes to the sun, but you have to do it at night.
Nighttime, yeah.
That's right. Yeah, because it's not so hot then.
So does that mean you have to be extra quiet so you don't wake your sperm up?
What I want to know is, like, is she doing it while the husband's asleep?
Yeah.
Because if he's awake, isn't the sperm awake?
Oh, okay, yeah.
You'd have thought so.
Yeah.
That really is dumb.
And then there's this, proof the government is using chemicals to make kids gay. If a man lives with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them. So you see them spraying water, and it's making a rainbow, which is apparently a sign that it's making everyone gay.
Well, yeah, because pride, rainbow, gay. There you go.
Rainbows
I
are
mean,
gay,
it's
like
case closed. Yeah,
it's all there.
Yeah.
They're making the kids gay. I've got the documents. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, it's only chemicals that make rainbows. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not water and sunlight, is it? No.
No.
It's chemicals.
No. Yeah. A guy says he was questioned on a plane for doing math during a flight. a woman sitting next to an Ivy League economist told flight crew she had security concerns about the man. After seeing him write in a foreign script, it turned out to be differential equations.
Yeah, I'd be suspicious of the guy too. Here, what do you think you're doing? Differential equations? Get him off.
It's like that bit in Men in Black with little Susie with her books.
Yeah. It's oh dear. Differential equation. Oh, some sort of foreign script. He's obviously up to no good. Yeah.
A US town rejects solar farm amid worries it would suck up all the energy from the sun.
Really? Whole town?
Boy, I certainly hope it would.
Oh, yeah, me too.
That would be excellent.
Oh dear.
I wouldn't want to be living in that town.
No, I wouldn't.
Unfortunately, it only gets a wee portion of it.
Yeah.
You don't live anywhere near a town like that.
All the wind farms that are going up, right? There's going to be no wind left soon.
Oh, yeah, it's going to use up all the wind.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Hard-boiled eggs are disgusting. I almost died eating one. The crunchy, soft mix is absolutely disgusting. It's like eating a ravioli covered with chips.
Oh, my God.
You're supposed to remove the shell. Oh.
Yeah.
Really?
My nana was making a fruitcake once, and fruitcakes are expensive to make, right? Because they've got a lot of fruit and wine and stuff like that in it. And she was making it.
Only
she
the
got
good
to
ones.
the part where she had to put a couple of eggs in, and the mixer was going, and she accidentally dropped the whole egg in.
Oh.
She didn't. She just kept on making it and served it up to us at Christmas, and we were wondering what the crunchy bits were in the fruitcake.
It's that vital extra calcium that your diet needed.
That's right. Yeah. See that lovely big snowman? Yeah.
Yes.
Driver attempts to destroy giant snowman, not realising it is built on a large tree trunk.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Oh, look, you can see the imprint of the bumper and everything.
Yeah. Driver wanted to try to run over the snowman. Bad mistake.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
The strongest snowman.
Yeah. Thoughts and prayers to the last occupant of our Airbnb, who clearly thought this coaster was a digestive.
Oh no!
Hang on.
Wait a minute, this tastes like cork.
It's got lots of fibre in it.
That's a digestive. You can
sure
tell.
It's not a coaster.
Because it says digestive, just in case you weren't,
it's a coaster. It's a coaster.
No.
Don't eat your coaster.
These are lovely coasters. You get them in packets. Oh, great.
You notice they also have a few holes in them, don't they?
Yeah.
Put your hot cuppa on it.
Coasters too, haven't they?
Oh dear, yeah, I'd love to have been there when whoever it was took a bite.
Yeah. So I got my first tattoo home. Why did you get a Star of David tattooed on you? You never strike me as a religious person. It's a pentagram. Penta, 5 points. Yours has 6, which makes it a Star of David.
I'm sorry, what?
Oops.
So somebody sat there and tattooed their own leg, thinking it's a pentagram.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Boy. No words with this one. You just got to read the label.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
I wonder how that tasted.
Creamy, probably.
That's brilliant.
I hope they rinsed and spat.
Yeah. This is my favourite one. First time posting. Please be gentle. How can I flip this image so my son is facing the camera? I've tried using the flip canvas horizontal and also the image invert, but nothing seems to work. Please help.
Oh God.
Really? I'm sorry. but the technology we all saw in the film Blade Runner doesn't actually exist, and you can't put a photo in a computer and see round a bloody corner.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Let alone take a photo of the back of somebody and turn them round.
This has to be a parody, surely. Somebody surely isn't that dumb. They could probably think they could do that.
Flip horizontal.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There people that dumb out there.
There are people who
dumb.
think that
Yeah,
Photoshop is that clever that you can just tell it to flip somebody round.
Yeah.
I mean, because there's now a mobile phone app that when you take a photo and if there's somebody you want erased out of the shot, it'll do it for you. You don't even have to feed it into Photoshop. The bloody camera software will delete the person. So of course they're going to think it's that easy.
Oh, I've seen this one. Yeah.
Just made medium rare chicken strips. They're so good. Can't believe I haven't tried it like this before. Can't wait to dig in with my homemade salad and frozen veggies.
I used to have a speaking suspicion she regretted that the next day. Somehow.
Can you spell salmonella?
So you don't mean salmonella, you mean salmon vanilla. Right?
Probably, yeah.
That's fish, isn't it? No way.
I do. I had a friend that apparently went to a restaurant and he wanted pork steaks. They had it as the menu or something along those lines. And the young waitress, obviously not quite clued up, said, "How would you like your pork steaks cooked?"
Yes.
Yeah,
I would.
yeah, that's why I was. Yeah, yes, I would. Yes, please.
Yes, I would like a cook, please.
This is not a bad one too, yeah. Today at work, I found some wild corn dogs growing in their natural habitat. This was really exciting for me, as I've never picked fresh corn dogs before. But I have no idea how to tell when they are ripe, as they tasted awful, no matter how much mustard I put on them.
That's got to be a wind up because
It does.
How do you eat one of them?
No, no. Nobody's quite that dumb.
What the hell is a corn dog?
It's a frank
something
with
we're not
crummy batter on it.
Batter with around a sausage kind of thing on a stick.
Yeah, we don't really see them over here, do we?
No, we don't. I'd like to try one. I've never had one. I'd like to try
We call
one.
them Dagwood dogs or something similar.
I mean, you can eat part of the bulrushes, I believe, but it's the roots, it's the tubes.
We call them a battered serve, don't we, as well, from the fish and chip shop?
I'll have to get Blue to send me some over. I want to try one.
Battered serves are okay.
Sure.
Minister confirms Britain will not leave Europe geographically.
Geographically?
Done.
Okay.
I'm glad somebody was there to point that out.
Yeah.
But what if they change their mind and they do?
Only because we haven't figured out a way of uncoupling us from France.
Oh, okay.
And then
where would you like to go?
Sea
sort of out to the mid-Atlantic or around to the Pacific?
Well, just anywhere as far away as possible from France.
Do you know? Actually, I quite fancy the Caribbean. I think the UK would look very good parked up somewhere in the Caribbean.
Yeah, that'd be right. That'll do
could
that.
live with that.
It's not too bad of an island to move around.
So,
but do we have to take Wales with us though, farmers? Or is that optional?
Well, you're going to cut that off with a circular saw.
That's it. You got it.
Yeah.
How do I take a shower without drowning my unborn baby? I'm pregnant and I haven't showered or gone near water in like 5 months because I'm afraid the water will go up my vagina and drown my baby. I wanted to put a plastic bag between my legs and try to take a bath, but maybe I should just elevate my legs. I don't know. But I'm afraid little Trevor isn't going to make it. My husband hasn't touched me in months.
I bet he hasn't.
I wonder why.
I bet he's sleeping in the other room because she stinks. I've not showered in 5 months. Oh, my Lord.
Really?
Oh, it must be like Stig of the Dump. Gosh, truth. So here's yet another woman who doesn't know how her own bloody body works.
Yeah. Are you still selling the 30-inch TV? No, sorry. I sold it a few days ago. How about $200? I already sold it, sorry. $250? I literally do not have it. Well, don't waste my time then.
Who's wasting whose time?
Yeah,
there?
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Why don't you sell? Why can't you sell it to me? Because I've already sold it, you idiot. Oh my lord.
Yeah, but I'll give
my
you
God.
more.
Yeah.
So you look at the picture, and the guy across the street says, "I'm sitting in my deck chair, cell phone in hand, with 9-1 already
dialed in. I have, having been in the construction industry, I've not seen anything quite as bad myself, but I have seen so many photos.
I can almost see the call now. Has the accident already happened? It's happening right now. There you go.
Yeah, give me a second. Hold on the
Better send
line.
an ambulance.
It's going to happen any second.
Has he fallen off yet? Yes.
He has now.
Yeah. What was the pause? That was the fall.
Yeah. Native Americans need to move back to India.
Native Americans.
Oh, native. Ah.
Native Americans.
Native Americans back to India, because of course Native Americans came from India, right?
Doubly stupid.
Because they're Indians. Yeah. Indians come from India. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, of course they do.
Oh dear, it's both, isn't it? The Native Americans are back to India. Native Americans.
And this is, and I do find this more common these days. This is somebody who's never seen the word native written down.
Yeah.
And you get people who try to write down words that they've only ever heard and never seen written down, and that's
Get
what
them
you get.
horribly wrong.
Yes, that's how you get native.
But I reckon he's probably trying to spell native. He just tried like loads of different ways. None of them look right. He says, "Oh, sod it, I'll just put Native Americans. That'll do. They will never guess what I'm talking about."
No, I bet.
It's usually the accent
No.
too. It also.
Yeah, the accent throws people off. Yeah.
It's somewhat akin to Trey being able to read, not being able to read cations.
Oh, that's right, cations.
Yeah.
Cations.
Cations?
Cations.
No, cations.
Onions and cations. What's wrong?
Cations.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine and all, but when he was correct, he was like, "No."
Oh, this is one of my jokes.
Yeah. So a friend of mine works at a car dealership. A young person came in with an older car and wanted to know why his iPhone charging port is scratching his screen and not charging.
Exactly. Exactly. They fit perfect in it.
Not as well as the tape that's supposed to go in there.
Yeah.
I should play a trick on somebody one day and gut one of them out and fit the actual connection in the other end of it and actually plug my phone into it as a charger.
Yeah.
That'll freak people out.
Yeah. I accidentally broke my thermometer and this liquid came out. It's so fun to play with.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
I don't play with that.
A little bit like that for a little while ain't going to do you any harm, is it? As long as you don't swallow it.
Oh yeah.
Well, doesn't it? If you have it on your skin long enough, doesn't it burn? It does cause damage to your skin, doesn't it? After a while.
You can absorb
I think.
Not really.
Yeah, you absorb
They're
it,
not.
and then it does nasty things to your insides.
Yeah.
It's the vapor that the long term
Right.
breathing of the vapor does the
Yeah,
damage.
as long as the mercury remains liquid, it's not particularly dangerous. But don't eat it or get it hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
like
I knew that,
mercury
yeah.
vapor lamps.
Or if it sits in the corner of a room, like undetected, and it just slowly vaporizes, and you breathe the vapor long term, then it's a problem as well. Yeah. And the final one, I like this.
I like the torture. That's brilliant. That's genius, if you ask me.
Nice.
The only problem is you've got to get out and turn them on and off when you're not using them.
Well, there's a YouTube channel I follow called Just Rolled In, and it's basically just rolled into the the garage.
Yeah,
and
I've watched
he
that
did
one.
he did feature a car that had got torches set into the bumper as like fog lights, but he'd wired the torches back to his dashboard and installed a switch.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Problem
But
solved.
the whole job was so bloody Heath Robinson, drilling holes in your bumper and wedging torches in there, and then this dodgy wiring going through the engine bay, and just awful. But yeah, people do that for real. Just can't scare
with our road, with our car registration thing, they wouldn't pass it like that.
Yeah. Well,
No, I
I
don't
mean,
think so.
lots of states in America have no requirement for any sort of roadworthiness testing at all, ever.
Yeah.
I think
I live in
Victoria's
one.
like that, isn't it, Paul? There's no yearly road inspection or something.
The only time you've got to have a roadworthy is when you sell a vehicle.
Yeah.
So yeah, or if the police pull you over and slap a defect notice on your car, then you got to have.
Of course, over here, that's something. Once your car's older than 3 years, that's something you have to do every year. You have to do the so-called MOT test, the Ministry of Transport test, and that is the roadworthiness check.
Yeah, that's what.
And that has if your car's 3 years or newer, or if it's is it 25 years when it becomes classic? I think it was 25 years and older. They're also exempt, but anywhere in between, car, motorbike, what have you, every year you've got to go down.
That was here for me. I wouldn't have to do my car.
It's not just roadworthy though, isn't it? You got the emissions test as well.
Yes,
of course.
It's I mean, it did just used to be roadworthiness. Do your brakes work? Is anything falling off? Do your seat belts work? Do all the lights work? Blah blah blah. It was never really anything to do with the engine, and then they introduced the emissions tests. So yeah, we do all that, and then
ours is if it blows smoke, we can get put into the EPA.
Yeah, but it's part and parcel of our yearly MOT test. That is now what they check the emissions, and that has to obviously fall within a certain certain limits.
For a lot of cars, you've almost got to take them off the road for 10 years or so, storing them very carefully so that you can get them to the not requiring an MOT stage, so that you can have a classic car that hasn't got scrapped because it failed the emissions.
Yeah. And I did see recently, there is talk of increasing it. So you have an MOT test every 2 years as opposed to every one.
Yeah, we don't have any form of testing required where I live.
I mean, it does. It only applies to when the car's being tested. As soon as you drive it away, if something goes wrong the next day, and you say, "Well, I've just got an MOT," well, that doesn't matter. It only applies to that particular moment in time when he's testing it. But it gives you a snapshot, particularly when you're buying a second-hand car, because these days you can go online and look at all the previous MOTs for a motor. Because I did that with the Mondeo I was buying. I could go back and check every single MOT all the way back. It's all stored online.
Yeah.
So you can see if anything untoward has happened to it. Has it been in an accident and had major repairs? Blah blah blah. That's all stored on there.
Yeah, we've got a revs thing like that here, where you
the result of the MOT every year.
It's a central database that you can put your VIN number in or whatever compliance
plate
number.
I knew what car I was going to look at, knew the reg number, put it in, and that tells me the history of every MOT. Has it failed? And obviously, it's been remedied. Were there advisories? It's all there.
Tells you a lot of very useful information, doesn't it, when you're buying a car?
Yeah.
In fact, as long as you know the reg number, that before it can be a big thing in deciding whether or not you're even going to bother looking at the vehicle, isn't it?
Yeah, I wish they had that in days of old, because I remember once driving all the way out to Great Yarmouth to look at when my Cavalier got written off, I was going to get the next model up. But fortunately, by the time I got there, it was dark and you got it parked under a street light.
Yeah.
I don't know how many panels have been repainted on that car. Because in daylight, it would have looked fine. But under a street lamp, they were all different shades, and it's like such a giveaway. That and the fact it wasn't his car. He claimed it was, and then it became obvious it wasn't his car, and he was selling it for a friend. And by then, I'd realised I didn't want to buy it anyway. I'm sure it would have looked okay in daylight, but under a street lamp, you could see all the resprayed panels. Took it for a drive. The exhaust was knackered. There was a few other things, but it's when I said to him, "Oh, pop the bonnet," and he didn't know where the bonnet catch was, and I thought, "It's not your car then."
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry, anybody who owns a car knows how to open the bonnet, knows where the bonnet catches.
Yeah, my dad was a paint specialist in the warranty department at Ford's.
Yeah.
Well, and this was in the 70s, and they introduced a new colour that was like a terracotta colour. I knew it was weirdly popular, but they use a high bake paint in the factory because obviously they can stick it in
an oven, can't they?
Because it's just a bare chassis.
Yeah.
Of course, when they paint it at the dealership, they have to use a low bake paint. Matches perfectly in daylight. Completely different colour in under a sodium street lamp.
Yeah.
When a Ford dealer has just resprayed your driver's door and it's a different colour under a sodium street lamp on your like 3-month-old car, you might get a little upset as a customer.
Yes, because Douglas, that was a while ago. A Cavalier, that would have been 19. When the hell did I have that? 95, 96 maybe. I'd got one of the last of the Mark II Cavalier SRIs. Yeah, the more angular sort of fastback.
Yeah.
And somebody pulled out in front of me and wrote it off for me. Thank you very much. So I went and looked at a Mark III SRI in white. I'm so glad I didn't buy that car.
They were the Vauxhall to have though, weren't they?
Oh yeah, yeah.
If you
But... All right, so in hindsight, I'm so glad it was dark when I got there because he'd got it parked under a street lamp, so I could see it clearly. Yeah, I could see it clearly. That panel's been resprayed. That panel's been resprayed. It's like I thought, I'm here. I'll take it for a spin around the block. Yeah, and the exhaust is blown, and that just didn't feel right. And it's like, nah, no, thank you. Bit like the Opel Manta I went to look at as well. And he said, I've got a car and a half's worth of spares. And I thought, why do I need a car and a half worth of spares? And he worked in a body shop, but one of the doors didn't fit properly. The shut line was all over the place. And it was of that vintage. There was a certain period of time when they had orange interiors, if you remember that. And that's what this had got. And it was like, no, sorry, I can't. No, you're right, mate. I'll be on my way.
Opel's attempt at a Capri.
Yeah. I mean, they rallied them. They weren't a bad little car. The very early ones, the very early Mantas. But, no.
Yeah, built on an Ascona chassis, wasn't it?
Can't remember. But yeah, the interior was Irish Stew. You can remember it was a more orangey than brown, orange brown. It was really quite gopping, you know. It was, oh no. And they say, and the door didn't fit properly. Oh, I work in a body shop. What, sweeping the floor? Yeah, he'd got a car and a half's worth of spares because he'd used all that to build this one, I bet. You know, no, thank you.
I was trying to work out why I had two of Blue's videos, one that he posted and one that got shielded. And I'm going, why is there two of the same videos? I'm looking for the Anton one that I want for the James Webb. Scott Manley did one.
Scott Manley.
What is it?
Manley.
Oh, Anton did. Yeah, here's Anton's one.
Oh crap! It's getting warmer. Oi, what are you doing?
It's supposed to be cooler.
Not at the moment, it ain't. That's getting warmer.
Ah.
Well, it should be cooler tonight. That's the main thing.
Yeah, that'll be 30 degrees for here today.
I blame foreigners.
I blame the United States Air Force because there's one of them up there now making horrible noises.
Yeah? What sort is it? Or is it too far to see?
I'm not going outside to look.
Okay, fair enough.
It's bound to be an F-15. I can tell the difference in the sound between them and the F-35s.
Well, yeah, I used to be able to do that when I was still at home. I mean, you know, you go, oh yeah, it's an F-111, and then eventually, oh no, that's an F-15. Once I got fed up with F-111s dropping out the sky. Oh, that's right, they flogged them all the Australians, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you've listened to it for that many years, you just listen to it and go, oh yeah, that's a pair of F-15s.
Although I bet they're not on the ADSB exchange. They are only, they're better than, it's a better site than the normal ones for the military, but they ain't very good at having the fighter jets on there all the time. Got a Chinook in the county.
Cool. You hear that coming from miles away. Wop.
And we've got a Apache in the county.
Oh, we had a pair of Chinooks come over the other day. I know they were Chinooks, so I didn't have to look. Bloody racket. Oh yeah, they'll be Chinooks.
Wrong side of Oxford. There's one down there. There's one down near Wallingford as well.
Oh, Wally. Oh yeah.
And a C-130 just taken off out of. Oh no, I thought he'd just taken off out of there, but he hasn't. He's come all the way down the country from somewhere. Maybe he's coming into Fairford.
We ain't had any Spitfires this week yet. It's been very quiet here.
Yeah. Norton. Oh, it's a Swedish one. Swedish C-130 heading towards Bryce.
Oh, well, the 130 won't need all the runway, so maybe there's enough undamaged runway for it to land and take off, because their takeoff is nothing.
Always land on the grass, can't it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, especially when they're empty. Yeah, when I was working there, we used to watch them. They start trundling, and then they just sort of go, that's it. So hang on a minute, you've barely got moving and they're up. And then the old Antonov would sit there and it'd just disappear. And you think, well, come on, I've got to see him in a minute because there's a road at the other end. I used every inch of that runway. And you could just see it clawing its way into the air. It's like, just about.
I had a friend who was Royal Engineer, but he was based at Coningsby.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously being QRA and everything, they've got a Royal Engineer detachment on site for rebuilding the runways. Should people make holes in them?
Yes.
And he said it was because they've actually got a grass runway there.
Oh.
He said it was very spectacular when they had a Jaguar come in and use it. Very spectacular indeed.
Yeah, I bet. Oh. Well, that job I went and looked at this morning, where the store's going to go, in this huge development in Paddington, right next to the station. We're in basement B1, and we can't figure out how to go to the plant in. The lifts aren't big enough. Oops. I'm sure a way will be found, but spent quite a time wandering around. Oh, here's another lift. How big is that? No, the doors aren't tall enough. We need a clearance of at least 2.2 meters. All the doors, because there's a corridor that goes around back of house, and we could get the plant down there. All the doors are 2.1 clear. We need 2.2. And that's the kit's 2.2, and that's going to have to be on a skate or something to move it. So that lifts it up even more. And it's like, oh dear. Fortunately, that ain't my problem.
Did you play the part from last night, Terry, where John claimed to have both an ME and a double E degree?
But didn't have the first clue about calculus.
No.
Oh, Blue, you would
Make it that
have.
far.
Sorry, man, I didn't talk over you. Oh, Blue, you would have liked a guy in Jem's Discord yesterday. I can't remember his name, but basically what he was proposing why we shouldn't build something like a railway line, bar 5 miles long in order to test the curvature of the Earth.
Oh yeah,
But,
I sat and just shook my head. Keep going though.
Yeah. All right, okay. I wasn't sure whether you were there or not, but he wouldn't. He wouldn't accept a theodolite. I can't even say the bloody word. What's wrong with me? Theodolite. Yeah, that's right. And he wouldn't accept GPS to confirm it. So wouldn't accept basically any kind of evidence that we proposed to put forward to confirm, that it was straight. Basically, yeah. That just went on for ages. Ridiculous.
Yeah, we was talking about using railroad rail to build it out of.
Yeah. A continuous railway bar or line, or I don't know what you call it. It's not a sleeper because that's the wooden bit, isn't it?
I can't.
Rail.
I can't.
Not the
I can't begin
rail.
to think-
Yeah, the rail. Yeah.
I can't begin to think of a worse structural shape. If you're trying to keep, if you're really trying to keep something straight.
I mean, I-beams are the standard, right?
Yeah.
It was just like a classic thing of, the denial of any kind of evidence. Like I said, couldn't use GPS, couldn't use a theodolite, couldn't, can't accept that
What's wrong with
as evidence
GPS?
to check it. I don't know, because he doesn't trust satellites. I don't know.
Because they lie and it's all ground-based.
Right.
Yeah.
So negating the cost of, because you're going to need a structure to hold it up, right? So you can't just lay it on the ground because that ain't going to work.
Nope.
So you're going to need a structure. So you can imagine the cost. So he couldn't sort of see why we couldn't possibly build this. He couldn't understand why it couldn't be done. Or why, well, the more of the fact it's not so much why it couldn't be done, but why would you want to do that? For what reason? I mean, it's going to cost potentially billions, or at least hundreds of millions,
Yeah, it's pointless doing, and we don't need to do it. So that's why it hasn't been done.
Yeah.
Well, I think get the idea that you can make something 5 miles long, unsupported, and have it be perfectly straight.
Yeah.
Obviously, not a single one of them has ever seen
a
a 48-inch pipeline going in the ground.
No, they've never worked with this sort of stuff before. They have no idea.
That was it, E-Monk. Yeah, he just wanted to lay it on the ground. Basically, is what he was saying. He wanted to lay it on the ground so they could actually see that it, the Earth is curved to prove that the Earth is curved. Basically.
Yeah. Well, all you got is a 5 mile long noodle.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, and basically we discussed this, and eventually just said, well, if you're not prepared to accept GPS or floodite or anything like that, then how are we going to test, or how are we going to verify whether it's straight or not? And it's kind of, it cannot be verified. So we gave him the answer, and then he asked the same question, but in a different way, just different examples, but the same thing. Over and over again. It must have been about 6 or 7, I don't know, he must have been told about 10 times that it cannot be tested, it cannot be verified, it cannot do it. And then he started the argument, well, okay, we landed men on the moon, so why can't we build this? Oh gosh, Stu, for Christ's sake.
Well, for a start,
Brainerd says
a couple of orders of magnitude heavier.
Right.
Brainerd said, Matt, he wanted to add $200 to help.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That'll go far.
Yeah, that's right.
About 5 feet.
Yeah. I wouldn't put in a penny towards a stupid thing.
Yeah,
It's
but railway
ridiculous.
lines don't bend. Oh, wait a minute. They go around corners too, don't they? I forgot about that.
So even if we
Certainly do
could,
bend.
even if we could build this thing and then prove that it was straight, it's kind of like, well, okay, you spent all this money. Now what? Okay, you're satisfied now, and of course they wouldn't be satisfied anyway. So so bloody what? What's the point? Like we're there to spend money to prove that the Earth isn't flat. Well, there's lots of other ways you could do that.
Like somebody
Take
tossed
them up
up
in space.
Why
$1
can't they use
billion
a
or
piece
something like
Why can't they use a piece of string and just tie it?
Just
Yeah,
pull it
ask,
really,
ask
really
Brian
tight.
Leakey about that.
Yeah, I was going to say Brian Leakey. Yeah.
What about a water level?
Yeah, somebody said $1 billion, and I got news for you. That's not even enough money.
Nope.
Terry?
What?
What did he say?
Water level. He said, what about a water level?
I didn't even go there.
Don't go there.
You just need a builder's level, right? You just put it on each part of it and go along the whole thing and make sure it's level at all points.
Hey!
Yeah, that could work.
Did you see Failzoid did that the other day?
Flatzoid.
Seriously?
Failzoid.
He'd filmed something at the other end of this. I think it was like trim on somewhere at work where he works, and they'd sort of said, "Oh, you can see it's not level," and so to argue the case that it was level, this thing's I don't know, it's, 3 meters long, whatever it is. He's got a ruler, and he's sliding it along, and he's filming himself as he slides the ruler along to prove that it's flat.
Oh, okay.
I just thought I'm not even going to comment because just like
What's the point?
And it is, and several flat earthers have argued in the past that you can prove the Earth is flat by laying a level down on the ground and then just moving along in increments.
Well, I could put on myself on camera now and show a level on the ground here. It's level, and then you could do it where you are, Farmer, show it's level. So
And it's
the
level
Earth's
here
flat.
as well, yeah.
So the Earth's flat.
That's even as bad as the guy taking the spirit level up in the airplane. Do you remember?
Oh, that was
that
was
Yeah.
Mr. Marble, wasn't it?
Oh, was it a Marble?
That was Dean.
Yeah.
That was Dean Marble.
Dean Marble.
Yeah,
yeah.
and there they are cruising along, and he's look spirit level. It's
flat.
It's level. The Earth is flat. No, the pilot's just maintaining the aircraft in level flight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Level.
except that they don't even have to do anything to make it happen. MC Toon actually explained that one not long ago in a discussion with somebody.
Well, all of these things have been explained to them ad infinitum, and they are just they don't want to hear it. They're resistant to it.
Reset
They don't. Yeah,
switch.
they don't. Yeah, they don't. They say, "Oh, explain this to me." No, what's the point? Because you don't care. You're not interested. You're not going to listen.
And you're just going to deny everything anyway.
Yep.
Hell, I probably got a half dozen videos explaining the airplane issue.
Yep.
And they just carry on repeating that lie. Oh, you've to allow for the curvature of the Earth, you've got to dip the nose because otherwise you'll just fly off into space.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Space that doesn't exist.
Well, that's a
We're
separate
wasting
argument.
a whole lot of money on those rockets, aren't we?
I know.
Exactly.
Right.
Just keep in level flight and
Yeah,
you're off into space.
you'll just go.
Yeah. With those jet engines that work on compressed air. Oh, hey, we got a Jose.
All right, you got to have a vacuum compressor. It'll
Oh, yeah.
work if you compress the vacuum.
We're just in time to watch a video.
Hey,
Boom.
it's boom time. what's the look?
What's the look for?
He's trying to set
What's
up
the
his
look for,
audio.
Ozzie?
His audio. You got your audio?
Oh, his mic doesn't work.
It says connect
Hang
with
on.
computer audio. Didn't you do that before you when you
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Oh yeah,
There you
yeah,
go.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Hey, Jose.
No, it was just loading and loading, and I go like, dude, this is taking forever. An update, And then when I realized he popped the screen, I was already on here with the face like, what the hell?
Yeah, what's going on here?
Yeah, I had to switch my microphone to the USB thingy over here.
A thingy? Is that the,
I hope I got
is that the technical term?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thingies, apparatuses, devices.
Ah.
Widget.
I like it better. Thingies and apparatuses. I heard you guys talking about looking at a flat surface from the middle of the eye up. Is that it?
No, it Flatzoid's in I mean, because he's done no end of videos in the last few days, and he was filming along what was he said was a flat surface. It's something at the other end, and everybody said, "Well, how do we know it's flat?" So he filmed himself sliding a ruler across this thing that's several meters long, sliding a ruler along to prove that it's flat.
I never thought of that. That'd be a good idea when I do concrete and to check to see if the cement's flat.
Yeah, did it look flatter than Gary Wybenga's table? That's the question.
A bit, but you did look at it and go, that's not 100% flat. It didn't look that flat, but just slide like a foot long ruler slowly along this thing and go, look, it's flat. You see?
Yeah. Well, it depends on what color it is.
Man.
Oh, it's got to be the right color, has it?
Yes.
Beautiful techniques they have. Beautiful techniques and tools to measure. Yeah.
Well, you know white.
They got.
Well, you know white cars hide the flaws a lot more. So if it's white, you might have been deceived.
Well, yeah, but red ones go faster.
No, black with red stripes, because you got stripes always make it faster as well. Don't forget.
I can tell that this segment right here, from here to here, is about a foot and a half, and I'll tell you why. Let me grab my measuring tool.
You mean it's about 40 centimeters?
he's got hands.
We're in Australia here. It's 40 centimeters.
About 3.5 hands. That's a foot and a half. Yeah, nailed it.
But Jose,
is it flat though?
Yes, it is.
But Jose, the hand is a recognised unit of measurement anyway. I believe it's about 4.5 inches.
Something like that, yeah. That's what they measure horses in.
If you measure your horse, yeah.
Yeah, but that's from your tip of your thumb to your little finger.
But I want to be a flat earther. Can I use this as a tool for real?
Why not?
I think I can.
Yeah, why not?
Is that modelled off your hand?
Yes. Not quite.
No. that's his kid's hand.
My mosquito killer. Oh,
right, your mosquito killer, yeah.
Backing around.
I'm sure you can use any size you like. I mean, even Google Earth allows you to use snoots in the measuring tool.
There you go. Snoots, I didn't know what that is.
Didn't you know that was there, Farmer? Have a look in the measuring tools in Google Earth.
I'll take your word for it.
Oh, okay.
The smoot is the length of a particular student at Harvard one year. They needed to measure the length of some bridge, so they literally laid him down and used him as a measuring stick.
Really cool.
That was his name.
Yes, that was his name, Smoot.
So now he's a unit of measurement on Google Earth.
Lucky his name wasn't a different name.
Yeah.
Well, like Terry.
No, like Dick.
Or
one Terry.
Yeah. How many Dicklings?
Oh yeah, Dick. How many Dicklings? How many dicks?
All right. Thank you very much. That was me. I just came in to say hi and what's up.
All right.
I can show you guys around.
Okay,
all right, mate.
Peace.
See you, Jose.
Peace.
See you, Jose.
Like, how do I leave? Always.
How do you leave? You
The leave
push
button.
red button.
Thank you.
But
It's up.
the button that says leave.
How do I get out of here?
The phone does make it a bit harder to leave, doesn't it?
But of course, I was very, very drunk.
Very drunk.
Very drunk.
Uh-huh. We watching any videos?
Yeah, well,
You're asking us?
Well, I'm ready to go.
Well, let's go then.
we'll go.
Okay.
Mm.
That's the one I
What are
wanted
you
to
waiting for?
watch before, but Anton made one about the images from James Webb Telescope. So I don't know if there's two of them, but I don't know which one's which. So I'll play this one instead.
That has suffered some irreparable damage.
What has?
The James Webb Telescope.
The flat earthers
yeah.
on the flat earthers on social media are all over the James Webb being damaged, saying it's all over. Look, it's before it's even started. It's all over. Nope.
Apparently, it doesn't really affect how it works and what it's going to do, but it has been hit by a meteor. It suffered some damage.
Meteorite, I think it was one meteor.
I think if it's still out in space, it's a meteor. Isn't
it is a meteor when it's out in space. Yeah,
it's a meteorite when it hits the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
What do you call those little tiny ones in space? The size
little
of
tiny what?
Like a tiny meteor.
Oh, a micrometeor.
That's the one.
Yeah, micrometeor.
Yeah, tiny one. Yeah.
Tiny.
That's
very small.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. The word.
Which is a tiny one, a micrometeor that hit the ISS. Well, maybe it's probably finger size, wasn't it? Give or take.
I think it was smaller than that, wasn't it?
I don't know. But didn't it?
Finger.
The story goes. The story goes. One of the astronauts put his finger in it until they got some capstan tape. Or so the story goes. I know.
It's only got to hold 14.7 psi pressure.
Exactly. But yeah, apparently that's impossible as well. Apparently, according to some.
That's impossible.
Why wasn't he sucked out into space?
Exactly.
Because it's not Hollywood. Basically, what you saw in the films and Alien Resurrection and things like that. No, that's not how it works.
Terry.
What?
Press play.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Sorry.
We finally have the first images from the iconic James Webb Telescope, as promised a few months ago, and as we've discussed in some of the previous videos. And here I guess we're going to have to curb our expectations a little bit, mostly because these images are really mostly exciting in terms of the scientific potential. Because honestly, if we would compare this image to some of the images from the Hubble telescope, in terms of the visuals, they do look more or less the same. First of all, these images have been processed from the original infrared light to the visual light in order for our eyes to be able to see them. And second of all, these images only took a few hours or maximum a few days to make, whereas in case of Hubble, some of the images that it managed to produce sometimes took weeks and weeks of observations. So in that sense, I don't really blame you if you feel disappointed once you see them in this video. But nevertheless, these images are quite incredible in terms of the scientific potential, and today we're going to be discussing exactly what they are. Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and today we're going to take our first look and do our first analysis of the first 5 images from the iconic James Webb Telescope that has finally begun its operation and is now collecting a lot of data. And the first image that was produced yesterday, in my opinion, is also the most impressive. Currently this is referred to as the Webb's first deep field. The image that's basically filled with different galaxies. There are actually thousands of galaxies in this image, and some of them have never really been seen before. Something that was only produced after approximately 12.5 hours of observation, and something that would have taken Hubble telescope at least a few weeks to produce something similar. And there's actually quite a lot to say about this image because there's just so much stuff happening here, so there is going to be a separate video about all of this because there are so many discoveries that can be made just by looking at this image. But in a nutshell, what you're looking at is essentially a galactic cluster. It's the cluster that you can sort of see right here, the bright stars. Now, these particular galaxies are roughly around 4.6 billion years old, and this whole chunk right here is so massive that it ends up producing the gravitational lensing effect that's visible as the lens that sort of warps around this area. It becomes a little bit more obvious if you zoom out. And these warped galaxies that you see around the lens, these are essentially some of the most distant objects, at least 13 billion years old. They're actually way behind the central object, and so in this case their light gets dramatically magnified by the gravitational lens. And in this super impressive image, James Webb is able to reveal their extremely bright cores filled with different stars, and even some really distant star clusters along their edges. Now these are some of the youngest star clusters we've ever seen, and that already is super impressive. And remember, it only took 12 hours of observations. But what you might not realize right away is that some of these galaxies are actually mirrored, meaning that the same galaxy appears twice, and some are stretched or are scattered in some other way. And obviously, the redder the object, or the more orange the object, the farther away it is from us. So like for example, some of these galaxies that you see right here, especially this one, seem to be super far away. And in this image here, you can kind of see that there is a really interesting spiral galaxy right next to another interesting spiral galaxy that seems to be super far away as well, with I think this right here being one of the farthest objects seen in this image. But in this case, it's not just the visual representation of the image that's important, it's also the various amount of spectra coming from all of these objects, which can then allow scientists that are going to be publishing papers about all of this to figure out what these galaxies are made out of and to basically analyze their physical and their chemical properties. So there are so many more details that are available in this image that are unfortunately invisible to our eyes. But like I mentioned, this image is already so impressive that we actually have to dedicate a separate video to it. But let's move on. The second image looks like this. This is a group of galaxies known as the Stephan's Quintet. 5 different galaxies that look like they're basically dancing around one another, but for the first time seen in incredible detail. And also obviously photobombed by thousands of different galaxies as well. But in this case, the detail is just absolutely mind-blowing. These particular collisions seem to be causing quite a lot of new stars to be created, and quite a lot of active regions with a huge amount of star formation indicated by these red areas in the image. And by itself, this image is actually pretty large. It's approximately 1/5 of the moon's diameter. And so this is actually a compilation of 1,000 separate images taken over a much longer period of time, which is also why so much extra detail is visible everywhere here. Once again, so many more different galaxies. With this galaxy known as NGC 7319 also presenting us with a lot of brightness coming from the central region where the scientists believe there is a really massive black hole, possibly around 40 billion masses of the Sun, or about 10,000 times more massive than the one in the center of our own galaxy, Sagittarius A star. But even though there are 5 galaxies and all 5 appear to be dancing around one another, the galaxy on the left, NGC 7320, is actually way closer to us. This galaxy is about 40 million light years away, but everything else is at least 6 times farther away, around 300 million light years. Which once again underlines the importance of knowing the distances in space. Even though these galaxies look like they're all connected, they're not. Only 4 of them are, with the 5th one being in a completely different region. With these 2 galaxies being also very interesting because they seem to be closest together, producing quite a lot of light on the inside as well. Very likely because they're both cannibalizing each other, absorbing each other's mass, which then falls into the black hole and creates all of this brightness. But I'll probably have more to say about this image once more analysis is done and once more data becomes available. Because obviously there's just way too much stuff going on here, so many other galaxies, so many other objects, and so much stuff to discover. So it'll probably take months or even years to actually analyze all of this, discovering what's hiding in these images. And in case you're wondering, here's what the previous Hubble image of all of this looked like. This is from back in 2009. And you might notice slight differences, and that's of course because of the instruments used. Hubble mostly used optical observations, using the same light that our eyes can see. James Webb is an infrared telescope, and so it can actually pierce through a lot more gas and see things that were previously invisible, which is exactly what happened in the next image. The image you see right here, the image of a part of the famous Carina Nebula. The really large nebula that's visible from really far away, and it's actually one of the bigger nebula out there. It's actually so big that in the past, in one of the older videos, I've always used this particular nebula to try to discover our part in the Milky Way galaxy, because it's relatively easy to see it from outside of the Milky Way. You can probably find this video somewhere right there or in the description. But this particular part of the nebula is sometimes referred to as the cosmic cliffs, with the, I guess, height of this cliff being roughly around 7 light years. And in this case, this blue light that you can kind of see coming out of the nebula is the blue ionized gas that's being stripped away from inside the nebula by an extreme radiation on the inside. Mostly from different stars and from a lot of star formation that creates all of this radiation that then ends up stripping the gas. In this case, you can kind of see it extending from pretty much everywhere around the cosmic cliffs. And one of the main reasons why it happens here is because the top of the cliff is in this case the location for a lot of newborn stars that end up creating a lot of stellar wind which then generates pressure that pushes all of the other gas away, which can then form into other stars, or maybe become interstellar gas that ends up circulating in the galaxy. But in this case, they discovered hundreds of brand new stars that they've never seen before inside this iconic region known as NGC 3324. Here's one of the previous images that was available to us from a few years ago. And by zooming in into this image, you can actually see these stars yourselves. There are so many of them that it's just absolutely mind-blowing. I think it will take much longer than just a few months to discover all of the secrets in this image. And that's because this image alone reveals so many new stellar nurseries that nobody knew existed, but even individual stars that are completely hidden in all of the previous pictures. Once again, because it's seeing things in the infrared, and so the infrared light is able to pierce through soundless gas, while the optical light that was used before usually does not go through soundless gas. You can even see some of the protostellar jets that seem to be shooting out of these younger stars, with some of these jets looking remarkably like the ones usually simulated by various supercomputers. So in terms of scientific potential, this image is just mind-blowing. And some of these stars are some of the youngest stars in the galaxy. They appear as red dots in this particular image. And obviously, this being a stellar nursery, it has a lot of these red dots on the inside. And obviously, 4.5 billion years ago, this is kind of what the sun has gone through as well, and turned from one of these dots into the solar system that we know today. We'll talk more about all of this in some of the future videos. Then we have this other nebula, and that's of course image number 4, the nebula known as the Southern Ring. And if the previous image was showing us the birth of our sun or the sun's history, this is showing us the sun's future. This is a typical nebula created by various sun-like stars once they go from being a red giant into the white dwarf stage. And in this case there are two images because it's taken by two different instruments. The near-infrared camera on the left, which reveals clouds and clouds of hydrogen emanating from the center, with the blue haze in this case representing ionized gas. These are the leftovers coming from the star's core. And the right image showing us the mid-infrared instrument observations, where in blue you can actually see various types of hydrocarbons, which seem to be clumping to various types of hydrogen and are very likely creating more complex molecules, which by itself creates so many questions already. You might remember that quote from the iconic Carl Sagan, "We are all made out of stardust." This particular image gives this quote even more credibility. This literally showed us that the stardust in this case, from the end of a sun-like star, produces all of the molecules needed for, basically, life somewhere else. Totally mind-blowing, but also so many questions that need answers. In comparison, here's the image from the Hubble telescope. Yeah, definitely not as impressive. And one thing you might notice is that there are actually two stars here, that become even more apparent in the image from the James Webb telescope. And that's because this particular nebula, located about 2500 light years away from planet Earth, is the result of a binary system, two very similar stars to our Sun. Actually, kind of more similar to the Alpha Centauri system, one of our closest neighbors. Oh wait, it's not called Alpha Centauri anymore, it's like Righteous Centaurs or something. Anyway, so that system. One of the stars has already become a white dwarf, the other star is still very sun-like. That's kind of what's happening here as well. Although the star that's become the white dwarf could have been actually up to 8 times the mass of the Sun, and the current mass is obviously unknown. But that second star is also going to create its own nebula sometime in the future, which is something that will happen to the Alpha Centauri as well, and something that will also happen to our own Sun, although Alpha Centauri A is going to do it much sooner. Not anytime soon though, a few billion years. And so definitely quite a lot of new things to discover here as well, especially about the evolution of stars similar to our own Sun. And the last image is not really an image, it's more of a graph, which I think will be the most disappointing image to everyone, because NASA did mention that they might show us an exoplanet. Now, a lot of scientists knew that it's not going to be an image that resembles something like this. It's not going to be an actual planet. None of the telescopes we have right now are capable of producing this. You would need something way larger. But they did get the data coming from one of the exoplanets as it was passing in front of the star, and as its atmosphere interacted with the light coming from the star and revealed some of the data about the atmosphere itself. And the planet in this case is this planet simulated in Space Engine, discovered back in 2014, known as WASP-96b. A planet, as you can see from the simulation, that's essentially super close to its parent star. but it's also extremely different from planet Earth or from anything else we have in the solar system, even though it's known as a sub-Jupiter. Now it's about 1100 light years away from us, and a single orbit here takes approximately 3.5 days, but in terms of the actual properties, it's very exotic. It's actually as exotic as it gets. It's about half the mass of Jupiter, it's also approximately 1.2 times larger than Jupiter, and it seems to be much poofier. So essentially it's known as a poofy planet. We've talked about this in one of the older videos. And so in this case, these were purely scientific observations, allowing the scientists to discover distinct signatures of water. Water in this really hot atmosphere, very likely hotter than Venus, over 500 degrees Celsius. And so during the 6.5-hour observation, the scientists were able to see distinct spectral signs that there was a water molecule present in the atmosphere of this planet, which also was the most detailed observation of any atmosphere of any planet ever. Which is really ironic because only a few years ago there was a study that pretty much determined that it would be impossible for this planet to have any clouds and that it would probably have a very clear atmosphere. But these new observations do suggest that there are clouds, and they seem to be water clouds. Water clouds that seem to be circulating around the planet. But obviously this is not the first time water clouds or water molecules were discovered around an exoplanet. The most impressive part, of course, is the fact that all of this took 6 hours, only 6 hours, and the fact that these particular molecules were detected when all of the other telescopes failed to find them. Which once again highlights how absolutely ridiculous James Webb is in terms of its observational abilities. But unfortunately no actual image. And so technically I guess NASA released 4 images and 1 graph. But still very impressive, very exciting, mostly for scientists. But it also means that there are going to be more videos about this, discussing some of these observations and discoveries in way more detail, but also explaining why they're so exciting in the next few weeks in future videos. And by the way, in case you're wondering, here's the location of all of these images in relation to the rest of the night skies as visible from planet Earth. So maybe subscribe. On that note, thank you for watching, share this with someone who loves learning about space, and come back tomorrow to learn something else. Maybe support the channel on Patreon by joining the channel membership, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, Wonderful Person.
I don't even know if I can figure out
Why they're so exciting in the next few weeks.
that one. Where he's got the background of the... I've got no reference to where they are in space.
Love that shot of the southern ring. It's a brilliant, brilliant shot.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can see any of these sort of with your own telescope. Probably not as good.
Depends on the depends on the
It's
telescope.
really, really small.
Yeah. Depends on the telescope.
Really, really far
most
away.
Yeah, really far. Yeah, these are small. These are far away.
Small, far away.
Yes.
That's why you have to say the flirts quite often.
Yeah.
You're not really going to see very much of anything because, you know, it's all in the infrared. And you ain't going to see infrared with your naked eye.
No, that's true.
Well, he was explaining that before about how Hubble showed it just as what you see with your normal eye.
And then of course the other problem with infrared is that most of it gets absorbed by the atmosphere. Why they had to put it on a observatory in space.
Yep.
And Stewie, I can't confirm if he's actually Martian.
Where's isn't he Russian or something? Or
I thought he was over
Russian.
over my side of the time zone area.
No, that's more like a kind of, I don't know.
It might be
or at
his
least
accent,
Baltic
but
states.
he did say he was I think he did say he was over my side of the.
Oh, he could be living there, but that accent is definitely Baltic states
accent,
somewhere.
Yeah,
or,
his accent.
or Russian, or Yeah, somewhere around that area. Yeah. Just trying to place it. Sounds kind of Russian, but it could be Czech, could be Polish. I'm not sure. Or Ukraine, or I don't know, any of those states. Oh, he's Romanian. Oh, okay.
Okay, the
Oh,
end
just
card
really
showed something about Ukraine. I've already turned it off now.
Oh.
Missed that.
Oh no, the end card he was talking about raising money for the Ukrainian children. You remember he did that fundraiser?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He raised, what was it, over 100,000 or something now, isn't it, or something? Oh, I can't remember what the last figure was.
Hello, Surf.
Hey, Surf.
Hey, Surf.
I found a blues video.
Blues, I like a bit of blues.
Bit of blue video.
A bit of blue. Anyone want a bit of blue?
Yeah, let's have a bit of blue.
Oh, now, Stewie. That. Go over there. This will wake Blue up.
Oh yeah.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Let's play Stump the Numpty, shall we? Let's try this guy here.
Stump the Numpty.
Warning, severe facial and monitor damage alerts in effect. Get out those mitts of the oven variety. Push the monitors back out of punching range and let's light a dumpster fire and have some fun. Bev Try Thinking is a flat earther who desperately denies being a flat earther. And the other day he was in the BMS Discord server engaged in a lively conversation with some of the other members. I picked up on a couple of things he said. He said, the earth obviously isn't flat though. I find it really strange that you can't see this. There's definitely elevation changes that make it not flat. And then he says, I'm not a flat earther. I can prove the earth is not flat. Really? I think we'll just check that out. So, the dry part isn't flat because of terrain. Well, yeah, we've got hills and mountains and dips and bumps and all kinds of stuff. I agree, it's not flat. What about the 70% of the surface that isn't dry? What shape is that? What shape are the oceans, Bev? Let's see how well I do at trying to pin him down on this. I said, you can't prove that all horizontals are parallel unless you first prove the earth is flat, Bev. Your so-called proof has a fatal flaw in that regard. And Bev says, there's definitely a mathematical proof that all horizontals are parallel. Well, we're going to get into that. I said, and the same thing applies. You must first show that the earth is flat, and then all horizontals become parallel to it. Without that proof, you have nothing but wild assertions. And Bev says, it's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth, Blue. The earth is not flat. I said, it has everything to do with the shape of the earth. Bev, what's wrong with you? Horizontal to what? What are your parallel horizontals horizontal to? Don't be ridiculous. So let me explain to you what I was talking about. You know, this is obvious to everybody, but let's just run through it real quick. Let's draw a horizontal surface. And now let's draw a gravity vector and a line that's perpendicular to that gravity vector. Now we would call that line horizontal. And now if we let gravity do something it can't do, and that is be perpendicular to that horizontal surface, no matter whether it's there or where we had it in the first place, horizontal is always going to be perpendicular to the gravity vector. And that means that any line that is perpendicular to any gravity vector is always going to be parallel with any other horizontal line. Whether it's that line or that line, that's the way it's going to be. But the Earth is not a horizontal surface. The Earth is a level surface. The Earth is a sphere. So the surface of the water has no natural horizontal point to it. The only point you can say that is horizontal is the point where a line becomes tangent to that level surface. That point right there. Now at that point we have a horizontal line perpendicular to the gravity vector, and any line above that or below it perpendicular to that particular gravity vector is going to be parallel to any other line that's perpendicular to that gravity vector. But that's not true when we move to a different position. As soon as we move to a different position, we have a different gravity vector. They're all pointing toward the center of mass. Any line that's perpendicular to that gravity vector will be parallel to the tangent to that gravity vector, but not to any other horizontal line. These horizontals are clearly not parallel with the horizontal lines of the first gravity vector that we looked at. Now, for some reason, this concept escapes people like Bev, but this is really all we're talking about, so let's continue. I said, that's a BS cop-out, Bev. You're so ashamed of what you believe you aren't even willing to admit what it really is. Do you or do you not believe that mean sea level is flat? Yes or no? Bev says, it's definitely not flat, Blue. I can prove it. I said, then you admit that mean sea level is curved. Since you admit that, which part of the curve is horizontal too? Uh-oh. Bev says, it's a mathematical mean, Blue. Are you feeling okay today?
You want him to do you so much you could do anything?
I said it's a measured mean, Bev. They measure it at tide stations. Are all the means coplanar or not? Easy question. And then I said, I think we have ourselves a checkmate. Well, Bev replies, it's a mathematical mean, Blue, and since the measured levels are measured on a vertical, then it's a point on a vertical datum. I said, that isn't what I asked. Are all the sea level means coplanar, or do they follow the shape of a curved surface? And then I showed him a little diagram from LIGO. I said the orange line is the straight line connecting the start and end of the LIGO Northwest pad at Hanford. The blue line is the actual elevations. Welcome to the globe. Well, I'll explain that diagram a little better. I took the beginning elevation of the northwest arm and the ending elevation of the northwest arm, and I figured out what the elevations needed to be in order to make that a straight line. And those are the elevations you see plotted there along that straight orange line. But the elevations plotted on the blue line are what are actually at LIGO. Those are the actual elevations for that pad. You notice they form a curve, and that curve actually has a radius of about 6,400 kilometers. It looks inverted, but you think about that for a second. In order to make that line straight, what you need to do is plot not against a straight baseline down there. If we made that baseline curved at a radius of 6,400 kilometers, the blue line becomes straight and the orange line becomes curved. So let's go on. Now this was just a comment to the people that were watching in the chat. I said, pay attention to what's going on. Bev is running from the question I'm asking as to whether mean sea level is a planar surface, because if it is, he's a flat earther, as if that wasn't already obvious. But if MSL isn't planar, then what is horizontal to? Bev says it's definitely not flat, guys. I've told you I can prove it. I said, great, let's go. Is mean sea level a flat planar surface or not? Bev says, definitely not flat. I said, say the words, please. Just say sea level is definitely not flat. Bev says, it's a mean, Blue. That means it's a mathematical average. This is like trying to teach nuclear physics to a bucket of fish bait. So my next question was, are those averages coplanar or not, Bev? Bev says they're just points, Blue. So I'll try again. I said, are the points coplanar in space or not, Bev? And Farmer's Boy jumped in and said, you just can't bring yourself to say it, can you? It's okay. We know you're a flat earther.
Hey, Farmer, get your sticky
Bev
nose
says,
out.
I'm not a
Sticky
flat
nose
earther.
in.
I can prove it's not flat. I said, you aren't doing a very good job, Bev. You sound like a flat earther to me. And at that point, a couple of Bev's cohorts jumped in the chat and tried to distract everything. So we had to get away from that. It took a minute or two, but we got back to it. And I said, now, after that distraction designed to get Bev off the hook, what about it, Bev? Ignoring waves and tides, which is what mean sea level does, is the surface of the ocean a plane or not? If you say yes, you're a flat earther, no question about it. But you've done nothing to prove the ocean is flat under the conditions I just stipulated. If you insist the ocean isn't flat, even ignoring waves and tides, then it must be curved, and there are an infinite number of planes that can be tangent to that curve. So which is it? You may need some help with this one. Bev says, you can't talk about the sea and forget about tides. That's why they have a mean in the first place. I said, good, Bev. Let's talk about mean sea level. Is mean sea level a flat plane or not? Bev says, it's a point, Blue. I said, what? Are you saying there's only one point that's mean sea level? Surely not. That would be stupid. Where is this point? And then I said, are you beginning to feel the walls closing in, Bev? Bev says, no, Blue. MSL is still a point on a vertical datum. I said, does that datum apply at one and only one geographic point, or does the datum apply to every geographic point, Bev? I say mean sea level applies to every individual geographic location. Surely you don't disagree with that. And here it comes. Bev says, the geometry we'd use is Euclidean, and it would describe the points, not the other way around like you seem to suggest. I said, great. In Euclidean geometry, do all the MSL points describe a Euclidean plane or not? Bev says, I know the trigger words, and I'm trying really hard not to use them. Yes. I'm not sure what that meant. So I said, 3 points describe a plane, Bev. Are you aware of that? Bev says, any 3 points, yes. Then Bev says, where are these 3 points? And I left this in because I thought it was hilarious. Stark Otter says, objection, irrelevant. So I said, the south shore of England, the entrance to New York Harbor, and the coast of Portugal. He wanted 3 points. I gave them to him. Time passed. I said, waiting. More time passed. I said, should we call this a TKO or let the judges decide? And finally, I said, well, folks, thanks for playing Stump the Numpty. Be sure to tune in next week. You see how hard it's become to get these guys to even admit to who they are? It's amazing. Maybe we're having an effect on them after all. But I'll tell you what, Bev, if you don't like what I say, listen to the Ordnance Survey. That's the British group that are probably some of the best in the world at understanding the Earth we live on and how to map it. And according to them, a horizontal plane is a level surface? Of course it cannot be, because the Earth is round. I think I'll go with what they say. Hey, thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget the little buttons down there. There's a link to the Patreon and the PayPal. If you feel like supporting the channel, I would greatly appreciate it. And with that, I guess we'll see you guys on the next one.
What was your comment, Farmer?
He just can't. This is why I'm convinced that Bev's act is completely deliberate and that he knows what he's doing, and he just can't bring himself to say that he's a flat earther. Well, it's quite clear he is. They all are, but he's now absolutely determined that he's not a flat earther, and he's not arguing about the shape of the Earth at all. All he's arguing is that level is horizontal. That's
exactly.
it. That's his argument.
That one trick pony.
Yep. And unfortunately, his trick is wrong, because as we all know, level isn't horizontal. It's not the same thing. So his entire premise, right from the get-go, is wrong, and everything is built up upon it, and that's why he plays all these silly word games and dodges and dives and ducks, because just ask him what the shape of the Earth is, he won't give you an answer, because he publicly will not give you an answer, because he's either going to admit that he's a flat earther or he's got to lie.
Yep.
It's as simple as that.
Well, then you'd have to ask him the question, does the Earth have a shape?
Maybe just for a bit of fun, we need to get as many creators as possible to do one short, very clip saying, Bev, what's the shape of the Earth? That's it.
Yeah. or does the Earth have a shape?
Or does the Earth have a shape? Well, something like that. Yeah, it just needs to be 5 seconds. Bev, what's the shape of the Earth? Is it flat or is it not?
Yeah.
He'll just say, I don't know.
Yeah, of course. You don't need an answer, do we? But it just makes a point, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
If
It's a bit
level's
of fun.
horizontal, that means it's flat. In his lingo.
I just thought that exchange was amusing. It's impossible to try to pin him down to anything.
But he didn't say level is horizontal, so we couldn't get a text bite.
Yeah,
but
this he doesn't seem to realise that we'll remember it wasn't that long ago when he was putting research flat Earth stickers on everything, and now his excuse for that is they just happen to be lying around at the time. It really is quite sad.
Go on, say it again, Farmer's Boy. Go on, just for me.
No.
Say it again. Go on, Farmer's Boy, say it again. Go on.
We're going to have to put it on the soundboard.
But what you on about?
Yeah, see, exactly.
Go on. What's level and horizontal? What is it? Go on.
You're not going to pin Bev down. No, you're not going to pin
Go
him
on.
down. No, you're not.
Go
on, say, Farmers.
Level is horizontal.
Yeah, see?
But I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not.
You got that voice down to a T, you really.
Well, yeah. Why did it have to be that one I could do?
Why didn't Blue get you to read Bev's in that voice for that video?
Oh no! It's bad enough just saying 3 bloody words. Christ. And then they thought I was using the voice changer because they couldn't seem to figure out I was taking the piss out of Bev's voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Is horizontal.
It is horizontal.
Is horizontal.
It is.
Level is horizontal.
So now I've got to grow a goatee beard, wear a silly hat, and get one of those ridiculous pipes that Gandalf smokes.
Okay.
And then I can be Bev. Oh, and I need to cut my legs off at the shin because I'm too tall.
Would that be a good bite to put? Not a bite, a skit to put into a video if we could get you and anyone else that does a good impression of other flat earthers out there.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It'd be a good skit to have. Just a few lines.
Yeah, I guess so. But oh dear,
yeah, that'd be funny.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean.
Who are we going to get for Riley and Oakley and
Sean Connery?
What?
Oh, Stu says, "Can you do it in the Michael Caine or Sean Connery?" Hang on a minute. Officially, one ping only. Level is horizontal.
Okay.
That's for Michael Caine. I don't know. Hang on, let me get him moved.
Yeah, are you supposed to blow the bloody level is horizontal?
Don't throw bloody spears at me. Level is horizontal.
Need to be able to measure something.
Yeah, you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. Yeah, sure. Yeah, because Sean Connery. I mean, every film he's in, he plays Sean Connery.
Oh, that's right. Jim went to visit the Flat Earth tour in Nottingham. Nottingham or Nottingham?
Nottingham.
Okay. Nottingham.
Oh, so he's actually on video, is he? Yeah, because
yeah.
that was yesterday. That was the one I was hoping to make, but work kind of got in the way.
He apparently he got there and he was listening to one of the flat earthers talking to somebody who's one of the public, and he was telling a load of bullshit. So Jem kind of pointed out that he's talking crap, by the way. That's not true. And he said it a couple of times. And then eventually the guy told him he should be quiet and go away and all the rest of it. But Jem was like, he was there for a fight. He admitted himself he was there for an argument. He was really up for it. So he just basically told him no in certain terms. I can do whatever I want, all that kind of. And he went on a little bit. And they didn't really get much chance to talk about any kind of flat earthy bits, really. Been maybe for a few minutes with him and this other guy and this other woman as well. Yeah, it was quite confrontational, which was quite funny.
Fundle said it's time stamped, but it's got an hour and 30 minutes. So I don't know what time.
Go about 2/3 of the way through ish. You'll see him there.
Have you seen it before?
Yeah. I can't exactly remember what the timestamp was, but it's about 2/3 of the way through.
It. And I'll just scroll.
I was going to go and see him.
Oh, way past that, Terry. You got your thing. Go. Keep going. Keep going a little bit more. Keep going.
Oh, chemo there.
Yeah, chemo's there. Yeah. Let me see. It's hard to.
That's him.
Oh, there you go. That's Jem there. So if you rewind, you see him about there-ish, I think. Go there.
Well, where was Chemo?
Hear most of it. Oh, Chemo apparently wanted to stay out of it. Apparently.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that's what he said. That was the excuse he gave yesterday.
He wasn't even on camera.
No, he was on camera. Yeah, he was on camera, but not with Jem having the argument. No. Apparently, stood next to him for a bit, I think, but not for very long.
Okay.
I was kind of looking forward to going on Monday, but then couldn't be bothered with the heat and the 2 hours on the bus each way. And
yeah, well, you'd say with the heat as well. I'm kind of glad I didn't go yesterday. I think I was in a much better place yesterday.
Well, WS was going to go, but then he couldn't make it because of work and stuff. So it sort of seemed at least it would have been fun to have gone with somebody else who was trying to take the piss as well.
It's a bit too far away from me. I'm not going across the Irish Sea just for that. No bloody way.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
Because maybe he could have had a bag or something over his shoulder that he could have turned around and whacked into the controller for the wheelchair, so that I might have crashed into all the folds.
Yeah.
Absolutely bloody hilarious, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And I don't think they could have picked a fight for that one, because that would have looked completely accidental.
I hope it sounds okay.
Is it the rice or the plant? I forget what it is. And tell them all good things on one. One plant.
And negative on another.
Things on the other.
The Japanese guy did an experiment with water.
Okay.
Yeah. Got water.
I can hear Jim in the background.
Water droplets. Yeah. Dripping, and then they were flash freezing them.
Okay.
Right, but they were playing the music. They were playing the Beethoven, John Lennon, Imagine. Yeah. Right, and it's like they're flash freezing these
Somebody's yelling.
And it's like,
yes, Jim.
I don't care what you want me to do.
Intricate shape.
Because you're being aggressive with me. I'm a private citizen, exercising my right to speech, and you're trying to limit it. So I should be angry. I told you why. I just told you why. Were you listening? I just told you why. Because you're trying to limit my ability to speak, and I don't think that you should be able to do that, or you should even attempt it.
Yeah, but
I didn't interrupt you.
Is Jim sitting down, or is he only short?
Which aren't true.
He's a short guy. He's a short guy anyway, but his disability sort of leaves him with like a bit of a crook back as well. So.
Yeah.
Right, and likewise with me. You did. You just came to me and told me I shouldn't be speaking, that I shouldn't be interrupting. I can do what I like. You did it to me. I told you, because you're trying to limit my right to my free speech. This is my friend James.
Hello, mate. Nice to meet you.
Yes, you are. You told me you didn't want me to
I mentioned this
speak.
earlier. So I'm working just down the road.
I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to him. I pointed out to him that you were telling lies.
I don't mind, mate. Yeah, I don't mind being on camera. Come out to me. Yeah.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
down, show my support, and chat to us about everything else.
So what about are you with this?
I'm 100% on board with everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, fantastic.
absolutely. Yeah. I'm sort of the black sheep of the family.
Right.
Pretty much. Me and my mother.
Oh,
Black
right.
sheep of the family, literally. So.
Oh, right. So your mum's on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because it's harder. Obviously, she's out of a generation like myself. Probably found it harder at first.
Yeah, but she kept her mouth shut for such a long time, and then now there's more of us coming out. She feels better in herself. You know what I mean? Preaching out. But she's been through a few protests here with us as well. So.
Oh wow.
So it's good.
Yes.
Just saying to us though, it's all dying down, wasn't it? Everyone was dying down, and the voices were
Well,
very quiet. And,
it'll all come back up again, you know.
well, we're just saying that, mate. I hope so. I hope so. She wish there was more people here today. It wasn't so bloody hot.
Yes.
And then the media was scaremongering us into staying inside today, haven't they?
Yeah, you tried to frighten me off. It didn't work.
Very angry man.
Oh, is he?
So why are you lying to people?
In your opinion.
He's got to have his voice, isn't he?
Why are you lying to people?
In your opinion.
Everyone's got an opinion, mate, so don't worry about it.
No answer. That's what we expect.
Well, he's trying to de-escalate, and
You got any?
we're just trying to
answers?
de-escalate. That's all.
Okay.
Okay. So.
De-escalating with me. I don't have a problem with him. Just pointed out that what he's saying isn't true.
Yes.
To,
Yes, I really do. And thank you for that. Yes.
He's saying things that aren't
Yes.
true.
how do you know?
Look, he said he had peer-reviewed scientific papers. He said he can zoom in on a ship, and when he does, it reveals more of the ship.
Yes.
That isn't true.
That is true.
Show us where that's true. There's no observation that shows that.
Wow.
There's observations
Wow.
that show we can't see a ship, and now we zoom in. Well, we can't see a boat,
Yes.
and now we zoom in,
Yeah.
and now we do see a boat.
Yeah.
But
We got
there's no
fantastic
observation
technology on
where
that-
you
on
see
camera.
more of something as you zoom in.
I'm sorry, you're wrong.
You made that up.
You're wrong.
There's footage on YouTube.
I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Okay, well you can post it on your channel tonight.
Yes,
We'll see
well,
it.
well, we can do, and we have done. But thanks for your opinion.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, but
No, cool.
great.
It's
Thank you so much.
No worries, mate. No worries, mate. When you go live next time, mate, I'm jumping on, mate. And then you've got my full support, boys, both of you.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant.
If ever again, mate, I'm working in town, I'll pop over again and say hello again.
All right.
Yeah, smashing.
Cheers,
Cheers, boys.
buddy. Thank you. Oh, he's great. Yeah, awesome. Yes. I hope, mate, he's going to be okay up there. I see an accident waiting to happen. You know, let's hope he's okay. Oh, Barry's in there. Well done, Barry.
Would you say this is the rowdiest crowd you've had since you've been doing it? This
No, we had made him fall into our banners. But, yeah.
Come down.
We wanted to do a tour every year, but because of COVID, that got in the way, and that buggered things up. But now that we can come out to play again, you know, so fingers crossed. As long as we can come out to play next year, we'll be out again next year. But we did. We did the first flat earth tour to begin with. That was a few years back, and then we did the second one, which was a European tour, global European tour. We did it was meant to be 39 countries. I think it was 38 in the end, so we did well. And then we did the COVID live tour here in Nottingham about a year and a half ago. And now we're allowed to come out and play to do this again, but fingers crossed we can do it again next year. Here's keep coming back to Nottingham. We always have a fantastic.
It's quite an awake town, to be honest.
It's a brilliant town, yes, I love it. But it started off a little bit on the slow side. It's okay.
You're right, guys.
It's good. A crowd creates a crowd, doesn't it? You know.
Yeah, well, that's what he's unbeknown to himself, he's brought more people in for us.
Yes. That's right. Yeah, he doesn't want to tell the lies, but he's kind of like brought half of Nottingham here now. Well done. Yes. So Harry was telling lies. You cannot bring a ship back into focus. You know, once they go over the curvature of the Earth, that's it. It's gone. No, Harry lied. You cannot. That's what he says.
Yeah, if you had a geometric horizon, yeah, then you wouldn't be able to, because they don't have one. And the horizon's always fluctuating. They don't have a geometric point for things to disappear.
Yes. Yes, it was really triggered, isn't it? Oh no, but look, I still applaud him. The fact that he can, there's a big group of us all of the same opinion, and I applaud him for, you know, standing up for his beliefs. Yeah, I applaud him for that.
It's going to be difficult for people when it comes out. I mean, it's like, obviously, like I said to you, I went down big rabbit holes. It's like when you find out that after the Second World War, Korea was manufactured, Vietnam manufactured, all for the industrial complex, so they could be reback engineering stuff.
Yeah.
You know, for 50 years we've had the technology to grow people's arms back and legs back.
Yeah.
You know, you've got veterans in this country that's gone to war, and veterans in America that's gone to war,
Yeah.
for manufacturers war that's lost their legs.
Yeah.
For king and country, or
let's,
you know,
let's not cure them. Let's make them customers.
You know, it's like, hold on a minute. It's like, you know, you can have you know, we've got this technology to grow your limbs back for you.
Yeah.
There's no need for you to be wearing a prosthetic limb.
But we want you to be a customer.
But if we show you that technology, that's going to open the fact that Tesla invented free electricity in 1900. We should all have no electric and gas bills, and we should be not polluting the planet for the last 100 years.
Yeah.
But you see, you know, these oil companies and coal companies and whatever want to stay in control. They don't want to let go of this power that we have, and that would actually make them just normal like us.
That's the other thing, you guys. That's the other delusion.
Oh, this is interesting. So Adam Meakin is speaking to him. Do you mind?
Go.
And you guys just pretend they can't be answered. They're the magical questions that just can't be answered. They're not. They're just dumb questions. That's it.
They're just dumb questions, guys.
Show me the answers to all these questions. Look at Nathan Oakley's house.
I don't need Nathan Oakley, but you tell me the answers. No, show me the answers to these.
How do I show that?
In a little while, there's a guy from South Africa gets in his face with a camera while he's doing his live. See that guy without the shirt on? Yeah, it's him. Gets right in his face. And he's doing a live showing off, basically.
How do I go about? Just answer my question. How do I go about showing you? Because you're asking me to ask stupid things.
I'm asking you nicely, you're shouting
and then I'm asking you about it. I'm asking you about it, and you're ignoring.
Why are you so angry? Why are you so angry? I'm not angry. It's hot today. Why are you pushing so hard? Don't be so angry.
I still applaud him for standing up for his beliefs. He's calmed it down.
How do I show it?
Lead me to the answers.
How do I show it?
Take me to the coastline and show me the curve.
So you're asking me
that.
But do that now.
Show me to the coast.
You're asking me to do something you don't really believe.
You're asking us to believe something that there's no proof for.
And you should wonder why you have
That's the point.
Can I tell you something? I can prove to you that the earth is flat because I can show you a coastline. I have got a picture on my phone of Formby Beach. My friend did an experiment at the weekend, and he said, from Formby Beach you see Blackpool Tower in the background, in the very, very distance. If it was a globe, then you wouldn't be able to see Blackpool Tower.
Well, so you claim, but you're probably ignoring the fact that there's atmospheric refraction in order to make
We
that
did the refraction. Oh, chestnut.
If you don't know, there's a problem. There really is a big problem. Because you're making claims about things that you don't even have a basic understanding of.
Can it take that, instead of saying that, why don't you explain? Because neither of us have a clue what you're on about.
The atmosphere has a tendency to bend the light towards the surface of the Earth. Not all of it. It has a tendency.
So given these tendencies and vagaries of light bending and so on.
It's not a vagary, it's a measurable effect.
Well, it could be different.
It's a measurable, predictable effect. It's not a vagary.
So they clearly don't know about refraction, right? Clearly don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
They didn't even know what he was talking about.
Someone's on the back.
You have not experimented.
Your epistemology demands that you go and prove things. My epistemology doesn't say that. I accept evidence from reputable, reasonable sources. If it's coherent, if it comports with other evidence, then I accept that evidence to be true.
Have you ever had a
You do
bath?
that too. You just pretend not to
Have
for
you
this
ever had-
particular.
Have you ever had a bath?
You're not really listening to what I'm saying.
I am, but I've spoken to people in the street like you many times.
and let me tell you that you
Well,
don't want
well,
to
why are
face
you
one
talking
of the
over what? You're asking me a question. I'm answering your question.
Well, I
and
say-
you're doing it now. You're talking over my
I'm
response.
telling you that there is no curvature over water.
Well,
You're
you're
telling
wrong.
me there is.
You're wrong.
So
You're-
I'm offering you examples, sir, of examples where you can find water to be level in your glass, in your bath, in your pool, in your pond, in your lake.
You've never
All of
measured
these-
any of those.
I've measured all of these.
How would you do that? What
Well-
method did you use to measure a glass?
You can see.
How did you measure the accuracy?
Oh, you can see it,
necessary
but-
Well, I
accuracy?
could take a thing called...
You didn't. What you did was you looked at it and guessed, and lo and behold, your guess confirmed your bias.
So water's not level, in your opinion? We speak English incorrect?
Water is level.
Oh.
Water does curve around a sphere.
But he can't evidence it.
That's an amazing
yes,
claim.
here in the street.
Well,
Can I
last
demonstrate
time I
it?
pushed a sphere, it was
Look,
a ball
that's
into
a
water.
tactic.
The ball
Recognise
rose up
that
out
you're
of the
using a
water.
tactic to make a dishonest
fell off.
argument.
The truth is that water is
Oh,
level.
here you are,
The dishonesty
Josh.
lies with
Using
you.
a tactic.
The dishonesty lies with you.
No.
Why are you asking me to show you something when we're stood in the street?
Well, if
Why
you've
is
never
that?
tested
Why is
the
that the thing I need to do to move forward in this argument is magically produce something to show you?
The magic
That's
is
ridiculous.
I'm going to get going now. That's curving around.
No, it's measured.
Give us a hope. Say later, mate. Cheers, buddy. I'll speak to
I
you
think
soon.
you're going to
I just again.
No, we're off to leave.
You see, if you've been listening to me, you wouldn't need to be recording. Just want to talk about it.
I'll keep in touch soon. All right, buddy.
I'll get a photo of us together just for
Yeah, no.
You haven't got out to measure level water. Don't come here with your nasty little attitude.
Love you, brother.
When you haven't gone to measure the clay. Measure it.
Oh, he's sticking his finger in, yeah.
Oh, it gets worse.
None of us are. You may be, but none of us are. The circle is not moving. The air moves. You are not moving.
Keep preaching it, it'll be true. It makes it true.
Water is level no matter as far as we
Well
can
done.
test it. Lake Bilikol in Russia, 300 miles. It freezes over and is known to be a skating lake for the winter. All flat, sir, but that's further than you can see. But as far as you can see, it's curving. So that's why you never want to go measure it. You'll never go measure it because you do not want to know that the Shroud of Turin is not proof that Christ walked on water. That does not.
What's that got to do with anything? The Shroud of Turin.
Really?
It's ridiculous.
Darwinian, you will continue not to
That's
test
full on dirt.
what
That
we
is.
can obviously see that water
But like
is
Jem
level
actually
on
said,
every
literally they were just
scale
flipping
that
from
you
one
can
subject to
possibly
another for like 1 second to
go
the
home
next. It
with
was
your tiny
hard to
little
keep up.
religion, because you're not welcome here with your
I'm not the
sneaky
one
attitude.
preaching.
You're not welcome here.
Continuation of the brainwashing of humankind. You are contributing to the brainwashing of humanity. You're a sad little.
So he's showboating right now because he's live streaming basically.
Oh no, please don't leave on my command. But you know, perhaps if you want to go back up the globe, that's back up the globe that way, sir, and that's down the globe that way. It'll be much easier to walk down the globe.
Stop deluding
Sea
yourself
level means level.
with daft things like Nathan Oakley's daily
Why don't you
affirmation.
ask the government to stop bullshitting?
Yeah,
Why don't you ask the government to stop
Oh, I do ask them to stop bullshitting. Over real things.
That's like wiping your ass with your
Not
fingers,
over
sir.
pretend.
That's halfway good enough.
What
You don't yet want to know that most of everything we've been taught is a lie. Most of the things that are in the news are
Look,
propaganda.
nothing you can tell me that I won't heard before. I promise you.
So then why haven't you gone to check for curvature at 8 inches per
I
mile?
know all about what you do. I'm an expert.
Well, some of the best grades can get caught up in certain nets. And this globe lie that you're caught up in is a very powerful net. It's got you trapped, my brother. And I hope for
I
God's
think you
sake
guys
you
are
can
trapped.
find a way
You're
out.
trapped by internet loops. You believed and now you cannot stop believing. Because you've committed yourself to this loony idea
We
and
can
you've
say
got
the
no way out of
same
it.
to you. We can say the same to you. You've been watching a
I have
video.
evidence, I have measurements, I have everything
Not
I
measurement
need
of the curvature.
to hold what
No
I hold.
measurement of curvature.
And
No
what you have is
measurement of
something silly
curvature.
internet.
There was zero
By
measurement
people
here.
like yourself that don't even understand the basics.
You won't measure curvature because it's not there.
Listen.
You don't want to look, sir,
We
but there's
actually
nothing down below.
I told you, we measured.
But you don't know what you're measuring. You don't know the basics. You know enough to fool yourself. And that's sad. That really is sad.
Well, it's sad when you just follow the BBC all the time, isn't it? And the mainstream media and Google, and you rely on what Google tell you. That's sad. And you don't do your own research because that's sad. You're just lazy.
Well, I believe what
Relies on Google.
I go with Ed.
Exactly, lazy.
No, we read, darling. It's called books.
We've done our own research, you haven't, okay?
Anyway, I will move on now.
Have a nice day. Have a really nice day.
Ruined the party.
No. Thank you for asking questions.
See you, Jason.
Okay, thank you.
We can talk longer if you want.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Well, thank you.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Don't fall off the ball. Why don't you fall off?
They're a bit mad then. It's a heat.
I applaud him for coming down, at least asking questions and challenging us. And
that's Jem's bit over.
The moment they ran in the shade where it was cooler.
Yeah. He the day before he said, "Oh, I'm going to Nottingham." I said, "Oh, what are you going to Nottingham for?" I didn't know about this stupid tour. And he says, "Yeah, I'm going to get the flat earthers." I said, "Oh, you're going there for the flat Earth light tour, right?" Yeah. So he was going there for a confrontation. He intended to do it. He was up for a fight, and so he did.
Yeah. Well, my daughter was actually very against me going to the one in Norwich because she was sure I would get myself arrested for something. But like I said, it would have been really easy to have somebody accidentally make the chair take down all that crap.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you only need some idiot to come bumping up against you and accidentally catch the knob on the top of the controller with that bag, and my chair's jumping 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah. I've been asking them to come to Belfast sometimes. Whether they will or not, I don't really know. But I don't really know anybody else in Northern Ireland that is a Glober, so in the community. So I didn't want to do it on my own, but I would definitely go for sure and have a chat with them.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have done anything stupid enough to get myself arrested. But
no.
With the weather the way it is, and the fact that I have a courtesy wheelchair at the moment, that is definitely trying to kill me, and it's really hard to drive in confined spaces. Just seemed like a bad idea.
Tell you what, if they did come to Belfast, right? They're you can quite easily get permission. There's certain areas in Belfast where you can do pretty much whatever you want, as long as it's not inciting riot or doing anything illegal. But you have to have permission from Belfast City Council, and you have to do it through the Parades Commission, and it goes through them, and they ultimately approve it. Even though it's not a parade, it's all part of the political thing in Northern Ireland, right? So as long as you got permission, you can more or less do whatever you want. But if you don't, they are very, very hot. The police will come around and they will tell you to move, and they'll just keep telling you to move until you've gone. They're very, very hot on it. I know some councils turn a blind eye, don't they? Some don't, some do. But
Yeah, well, like you say, the problem is that Northern Ireland does have that little issue.
Yeah.
Parades and marches getting a little out of hand.
Well, I mean that's why the Parades Commission was set up, because some of the parades were controversial and go near areas where the conflict can actually start. So that's why if you hold any kind of event, regardless whether it's a parade or not, or it's static, you've got to go through the Parades Commission. And they basically, to see whether it's whether there's going to be any kind of conflict or whether there's going to be anything controversial or anything like that, they do the initial assessment and then they pass it on to the city council to get the final say. But yeah, anything like that has got to go through the Parades Commission.
How far from Belfast are you, Matt?
About 20 miles ish, give or take.
Well, how far from Belfast are you, Stewie?
I think Irish Stew's actually in. I think he's actually in Belfast, if I remember rightly. Oh yeah, Irish. Yeah, I forgot about. Yeah, we could have met up in Belfast if they come. Yeah, we could both go. Forgot about that. Yeah, Irish Stu, you're in Belfast, I think, aren't you? I think.
So you have 2 people
Am I
at your
right?
Flat Earth meeting.
All right. Yeah. That's right. I forgot about
What you do is you find out where and when, and then you set up your counter demonstration on the other side of the road from them.
that. Yeah. Somebody had the idea of turning up with just a big sign saying, with an arrow pointing at them saying, "This is bullshit." I think it's a brilliant. Just stand there. You got permission to be there. They can't tell you to go away. If you've got
No.
permission to be there, tough. So you can stand there with a sign saying this is bullshit with an arrow pointing at them. Brilliant idea, I think.
Actually, with a big picture of the 72 blue marble.
Well, there you go. 15 miles
Yeah.
compared to your 20 miles. So not much.
Oh, he's 15 miles. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm about, I think maybe 20 or 22.
As
Somewhere
the
around
crow
there.
flies.
Yeah, as a crow flies. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's about, depending on which train you get, it's if it's a stopping service, it's about an hour and a bit on the train, or if you get an express, it's about 30 minutes, something like that. So yeah, it's not far. And then you get off the train at Great Victoria Street, and then yeah, it's just another 5-minute walk after that to well, if you do go to where the City Hall is, depending on where you want to go. Really, there's a few different areas they can usually allow to do things like that.
That stopping train sounds as bad as the trains around here. Takes 3 times longer to get the train from Great Yarmouth to Norwich than it does. Oh, and the best thing is the trains run about every 2.5 hours, and the buses run every 15 minutes, and a third of the price.
Yeah, well, the buses you can get, and again, same with the buses here as well. I mean, I can get a bus if I get what they call the Gold Line Express. It goes to Belfast. I don't know. That's a good 40 minutes, 45 minutes, something like that. But then if you can also get these stopping services, but it stops in every hole in the hedge on the way to Belfast. That takes nearly 2 hours, all told. Yeah, so it just depends.
That's the thing about the service from Yarmouth to Norwich. It's 40 minutes, and there's 2 stops.
2 stops for 40 minutes. Yeah.
And there's one of those. It only stops like at rush hour because it's the stop for County Hall, and everybody's getting on and off the bus to go to work.
Right.
But yeah, the train takes nearly 2 hours.
Well, we'll wind it up there anyway. I think Paul's probably wanting to go to bed. He's got to go to work in the morning.
All right.
Look after the ducks.
I do. We've got new babies too.
Oh yeah.
How many new babies? Thousands of them.
About 6,000.
Exactly.
Roughly.
He's counted them. Number 1, number 2,
number 3, number 4.
Number 3, stay where you, don't stay there. Stay there.
Don't move. I need to count you.
and please don't quack, because you know what will happen to you if you quack.
5,600 and oh shit! I've got to
start again.
Start again.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Fuck's sake, stand still. Right.
All right. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, E-Monk. He's gone to sleep. Wake up.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. Thanks, Farmer. Thanks, Matt.
No worries.
Thanks, Pliny the Elder. Thanks, Blue. Who did we have?
Always a pleasure. Never a chore.
Biggest Doggers, Judy, Stewie, Fred, Truth Nerds, Brainery, Grumpy Gunt, Crumpy of Gunt. I'll never get that right. Biggest Doggers. Did I say that?
Grumpy Gunt.
Yeah, I know. I always get it wrong. Fred, Dart, Rim Fondles. Yeah, Stewie. I said Stewie. Gary was out there earlier, and all he had to say was good Flat Earth Day. Tiny Captain. Saf. Judy was there earlier. I seen Judy's name. And Jose. Oh, there's a farmer's boy out there. What's he doing out there? I know Alan Evans.
Yeah, what's he doing?
What are they doing out there?
Who's he?
International Band of Mystery.
Truth Nerds. Gotta scroll up. Carl. Oh, Carl's out there. I think Carl rejoined our Discord too, by the look of it, for some reason.
Yes, he has.
Oh, Zebulon, M. Ball, and Professor Phil was out there earlier. I didn't get to play his bit of debate he did.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of that yet. I've just not had the chance.
I remember, remind me next week, next Saturday, Peanuts, and we'll play a little bit of that one.
Bit of Phil.
Yeah, a little bit of Phil.
Didn't get to see some Simon Dan today.
No, well, it is getting a bit late, and we played other.
Oh yeah.
Other
Yeah.
videos.
Oh Christ, Joe, look, it's 5:15 already over here. Bloody hell.
Yeah, it's 2
Oh
o'clock.
Jesus, yeah. I didn't realise it.
10
Jeez, I
past
do realise
2
that was
here.
late.
2:15.
Nearly dinner time. Nearly dinner time.
Oh yeah, I better do some more work this evening.
Yeah,
Mind you,
nearly dinner time, nearly breakfast time.
done enough already. I mean, yesterday was a 12-hour day, but you know.
Oh, you're 2 hours behind. How can Dart be 2 hours behind?
I don't know.
It's a long time back. Oh, thank you, Room Fondle. Okay then. Ugh.
Good night, Peanuts.
Good night, panel. Good night,
Peanuts. Good afternoon.
Level. No, sorry.
Go on, say it. Say it, Bev. Go on, Bev. Go on, Bev. Say it, Bev.
Good